Well, good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. And you are here with me, Alex, in Okakuyo this morning. A rather overcast Okakuyo, lots of rain in the area yesterday, and perhaps that will be the case later on today. But also for those of you who are celebrating Chinese or Lunar New Year, a very happy New Year to you as well. And of course, we are going to strap in and get ready to escape to nature. Of course, it is a live and immersive experience. So do not forget to send through any questions, comments, points of interest, things you want to know more about, or anything else that might tickle your fancy. It is always great to interact with you, so do make sure to get those through. At a really nice, quiet, pleasant start to the morning, we will have a little look and see where our Egyptian geese are, see if all of the 6 goslings are still present, and then keep tabs on what else is going on. Really a nice cool start and lots of greenery at the moment. I'm sure that it is going to continue to green flush for us, of course with all that rain I did mention earlier. But time for us just to zoom in, have a look and see what is happening around the waterhole and where our Egyptian geese are, if they have come out. Good morning, Marilyn, and yes, hopefully it will be a very interesting immersion and escape into nature today. It is always cool seeing what is going on. Of course, each day presents a different set of circumstances as well, so I'm sure lots to look forward to. We do already have one of the little grebes in frame, and we're just going to be panning across and seeing where everyone else is. So I did mention it is overcast here in Okakuyo with lots of rain yesterday, and it is time for us just to have a look and see what the weather is doing across the different locations this morning as well. So from the looks of things, it is going to be a rather hot day in Madikwe. Of course, very different to where we are right now. But nice that we can show you the different climes, different areas. So I'm going to just be zooming out a little bit, trying to just check and see if any of the characters have made their way down to the edge of the waterhole. So do bear with me, because I do want to try and find the Egyptian geese. It doesn't seem that they have come down to the water just yet. A little bit windy as well, you'll notice just off the surface of the water. Blacksmith lapwing. And one of our egrets. So we had 2 types of egrets here yesterday, the yellow-billed and the little. And this is one of the little egrets. And really the identifying, or the key identifying point here is if it does move, you'll see yellow feet. So we'll wait to see if we can't pick up on that. A little spot of fishing going on for it. Time for Sunday breakfast. And there you go, there are the yellow feet. But that is how we will identify the little egret, as opposed to the yellow bill that we had yesterday. I'm sure they will be around at some point as well. I'm going to continue our search for the Egyptian goose family, and we can come and join the foraging little egret after that. But as I said, I don't think they've made it out just yet. I've yet to hear them as well. So perhaps it's just time for us just to spend some time watching the little egret forage and seeing what else is going on. Hi, Minky. That's a very interesting question. Minky wanting to know, is there a benefit to some birds having different colored feet, being yellow, orange, or even red? And from what I'm aware, that isn't the case. It is purely just an evolutionary trait. But I could be incorrect, and if you do have an answer or further insight, do send that through. It's always nice to learn. But as far as I'm aware, these are just evolutionary things that certain birds obviously have then taken. So, depending on the species. But as I said, that is one of the ways we will identify this little egret. Sounds like a hornbill as well around. So it seems like a rather relaxing forage at the moment. Clearly taking its time. Does seem like a little bit of sun trying to make its way through the clouds at the moment as well. So quite a cool little bit of light that is being cast. A couple of weavers as well calling in the background. And there's the red-billed spurfowl. So from a rather overcast and pretty kind of humid Okakuyo, it's time for us to go and see what is going on and say good morning to Steve in Madikwe.
Good morning, welcome to Madikwe, welcome up here to the north, where it is already incredibly warm this morning. It must be already in the high 20s, if not getting close to 30. It is a steaming hot day and there's not a breeze to be felt. And well, we've caught up with one of our big male lions that likes to hang out here on Madikwe, close to the airstrip. And he is just chilling in the shade. And hello everybody, my name is Steve. I'm joined by Rihanna Camera, and we are out and about in the heat in Madikwe to bring you some wonderful animal energy this morning. So I hope you are ready, and I hope you're as excited as we are to get this day rolling. Now, he seems to be on his own at the moment. We've obviously just come out, so we're not sure what else has been happening this morning. But we are going to spend a moment with our lion, and then we're going to go and see what's transpired with the dead wildebeest from yesterday. Vivian, good morning to us. Thank you. Good morning, Vivian. Good morning to all of you. If you're just waking up on this beautiful Sunday morning, wherever you do find yourselves in the world, good morning. Happy Sunday, the 22nd of January. I hope you had good dreams and a good night and a restful sleep if you have just woken up. If you've been up for the whole morning, fantastic. Welcome on board. Top up your cup of coffee, your cup of tea, or make yourself a fresh one. And let's see what today presents for us. Now, he was flat when we arrived here, completely flat, and so we're pretty certain that he's going to go flat again in the next few moments. So we're just going to enjoy a moment with him, and we have a feeling there might be something going on at the wildebeest carcass we found yesterday. If you didn't join us yesterday, we didn't see, we found a dead wildebeest female. It seemed to be some complications during birth. And we're going to go see if anything's found it. If there's any activity there, could be rather exciting. Sorry about the radio. It's very loud, but it is a tool, a mechanism for communicating with other people on the reserve, so as to maximize the potential to find animals, to track them down. Cindy, it really depends on the nature of the carcass. A carcass that just drops dead can actually go undetected if it isn't opened. I found buffalo carcasses that have crawled in underneath trees, and the entire carcass just sort of mummified itself. Nothing found it at all. But a carcass that's been broken open and the wind is able to pick up on the decomposition scent that it gives off, all those can be found in minutes, if not hours. Bearing in mind that female died probably early yesterday morning, and she was completely closed. There was no aroma emanating from her body, so it would have taken some time. But we know vultures are very good, and bateliers are very good at spotting carcasses on the floor, and often the first to arrive on scene, and other predators can then follow suit. But at night time, hyenas, brown hyenas, have got very keen senses of smell, and they also cover vast distances in search of the opportunistic sort of ability of opportunistic carcass that might just be lying there. But talking about opportunity and opportunistic scavengers, there's no bigger scavenger than this gentleman here. Not him in particular, but male lions. They're big. Everybody moves out of their way, and they take what they want. It's how it works in the animal world. Can hear him breathing. The Johnny Clegg song, Impy. You know it, Rian? One of the sentences is, "Who dares to pull the tail of the lion?" Who dares to pull the tail of the lion? Because if you pull the tail, that animal just turns around and grabs you. It was a metaphor for the English pulling the tail of the Zulu lion. And that song was sort of about the time of big battles in KwaZulu-Natal area between the British and the Zulus of those days. Who dares to pull the tail? Because you know what's going to happen if you pull that tail, right? Something's going to turn around and bite you. And that's exactly what happened. Not necessarily biting, but if you pull the tail, you need to be able to deal with the repercussions of your actions. So Jordan, I lost you for a moment there, but I'm hearing you again. I just heard something about Gina. Well, Madikwe really does present lions for us most days. We've had a fair amount of luck in finding these animals in the early morning. Might hear another vehicle coming in to join us. So Gina, sometimes silently watching a lion can completely teleport you. Yes, indeed. Well, where do you feel yourself being teleported? Right here to the African wilderness? It is a very special place to be. Okay, well, we're going to probably spend another moment with our male lion, but we'd like to go and catch up on that wildebeest carcass. In the meantime, let's send you over to Ukukuyu.
And we are back in Okakuyo, and I have found the peppering of springbok that I was talking about earlier. They are off kind of just in front of that Mapani thicket or tree line that is just up there, and you'll notice a few of them. One or two were resting. It looks like there's a young springbok lamb there too. Two of them actually from what I can see. Of course they are kind of heading behind this closer clump that is just off to the right of us. So while we do have them about, nice to see them. Good to know that there are some four-legged mammals around. But it looked like that one springbok has also taken an opportunity to rest up. So we'll just keep a tab on them. Hopefully they do come a little closer. But good to know that they are around. Also always cool to hear those red-billed spurfowl too. Very raucous sound that spurfowl and both Franklin also make. My pleasure, JP. And as I said, I hope it is a very good and happy New Year to those celebrating Chinese and Lunar New Year. Of course, a very splendid celebration if you did partake, I hope. But yeah, nice way for us to kickstart a new year. 2 lambs, at least from what I've been able to make out, just while We've had a look at the springbok. They are very far away, so do excuse the fact that we've zoomed in so much for now. But nice to see them and nice to have them in the area as well. In a moment or so we will zoom back out and check to see if the Egyptian geese have decided to come down to the water. Perhaps also taking the opportunity, being a Sunday, to push a few extra Zs. It does look like slowly the springbok are kind of moving off behind this first clump. But to me, looks like some form of Senegalia with Chilia. It's quite tough to get proper IDs. And you can notice just how far away they are. So, fortunately, I did just see one or two of them moving in the distance. And was able to pick them up from there. But let's come back. Zoom right out again and try and pick up on any movement that is here at the waterhole. Just trying to see if we can't pick up any movement. It doesn't look like that is the case at the moment. So we're going to pan off and have a look to the north of us and see if anything else is up there. A couple of starlings calling too. Morning, Xavier. Yes, it is really splendid listening to all the different sounds that are around. Of course, mostly bird vocal for the moment. But great to just have that all going in the background too. There's red-billed spurfowl definitely being the champions of the morning so far, at least vocally. And if they do come anywhere close to being able to be viewed, we will obviously try and get a little look at them. A couple of doves as well. But otherwise, a rather subdued Sunday morning at the moment. Which isn't a problem. Rather relaxing. So a really pleasant way to kickstart up here in Okakuya. I also have that hoopoo going off now as well. But let us go and check in again with Madikwe and see what's going on there.
Thanks, Alex. Might turn out to be a birding kind of day. Oh, there's a nice breeze that's just picked up now, which is going to be our saving grace. The temperatures can be quite overwhelming out here if you don't have a breeze. It just sits on you. It's oppressive, I think that's the right word, oppressive. Our male lion has found himself a nice bit of shade. It'll last for the next few hours and he'll have to move. always in the same sort of place. We are 30 meters off of the airstrip here on the eastern side of Madikwe, and we're probably 30 meters from where we last saw him. So he definitely does like this area. He's kind of between two water points. This airstrip area a lot of it is quite open with some cover on the side. Gives rise to good populations of general game. It seems like the lady he was following day before yesterday has given him the slip. You can probably hear some voices. We are joined in the sighting by another vehicle. Susie, I don't know if they're animals of habit. You know, they learn what works for them. I think they're very instinct-driven animals. And once they've established themselves in an area, they know where the animals are and they move in those areas. So if you mean habit by they sleep most of the day every day and they don't miss a nap, most certainly they don't miss a nap. I know some people who try and get a nap in every single day, and it's very difficult to carry on with life without that nap. So lions spend a lot of the evening busy and then a lot of the day doing nothing. So yes, in that regard, very, very habitual. And they tend to frequent areas. I mean, my experience with lions in the Kruger and in the Sabi Sands is that they generally walk in very similar pathways, you know, and I think that might just be because that's where they know the food is. That pathway leads them to the water, that pathway leads them to those hunting grounds, and so they develop patterns. It becomes nice when you're tracking them because you get an idea of, especially when you know the area and you've tracked them a few times, that these tracks are going to come out there. You know, a lion really only has so many things to be concerned with: eating, drinking, sleeping, and finding a mate. And when it's hot, none of those matter, except maybe a drink. But even having a drink now is so much effort that he's probably going to wait until darkness, until at least it cools down. His driving force right now is to conserve as much energy as possible.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
It's rather peaceful watching a male lion sleep. A lot of people do go so far as to say that they are lazy. I think they're just smart with their energy. Smart with their energy use, smart with their energy consumption. And we could most certainly learn a thing or two. But we're going to move on from our lion. We're going to go catch up with our wildebeest carcass. In the meantime, we're going to send you back over to Okukuya.
The lovely chorus of birds that are around. And a peaceful start to Sunday morning. It does look like some of the clouds slowly burning off, but it remains to be seen. I'm sure at some point when it does heat up, we will see them forming again, and perhaps some rain either here or in the distance. But there's that one little grebe in the waterhole at the moment. It looks like a bit of the wind kind of has dropped, and I'll spend some time watching the grebe as it does its synchronized swimming. One or two helmeted guinea fowl also calling in the background. So they really are expert swimmers, these little grebes. And of course, these little grebes are the most widely distributed of the three grebes we do get here in southern Africa. And they do focus on, in terms of feed, little invertebrates in that. So unlike the ducks and the Egyptian geese, they focus a little bit more on vegetation as well as taking the odd invertebrate as well. The grebes are exclusive to being invertebrate consumers. So just having a little pan around and a little scan around. Of course, it is rather overcast here in Okukuya. Very warm in Madikwe. Some lovely lion, a big male lion that we did see there. We've seen some springbuck here, a little grebe, a little egret, and lots of birds that are vocalizing in the background. But, really a rather pleasant start to our day here at Escape to Nature. Egyptian geese yet to materialize or show themselves, and I'm sure at some point they will also come through, and of course we'll count to see if all the goslings are there and present. But it is time for us also to head across to Nick and Kariga and say good morning to him.
Good morning from Kariga Game Reserve, all the way down in the Eastern Cape here, and I'm so glad you could join us here today. Slightly cooler conditions today. We've got a bit of thick cloud cover that's come over, and we've actually had a little bit of a small sprinkle of rain this morning. A little bit of a breeze pushing through, so it's definitely a change in condition from what we've had pretty much on average for the past week or so. And we're just sitting here at Scotia Dam, surrounded by the big open areas. Just been doing a little bit of birding this morning. You can see in the frame here we've got some yellow-billed ducks in the foreground. We've got a grey heron right at the back there. Shame, this grey heron's actually just been chased. He was they're now all on the far side of the dam itself. This grey heron was right next to us just a few seconds ago, 30 seconds ago. There's a pied kingfisher that's looking to see if he can catch a meal for himself in the water. And he kind of dropped down in that pin-seeking fashion right next to the grey heron. And the grey heron got the fright of its life and flew off into the other side of the water here. But that grey heron's been very persistent. I've probably spent the better parts of the morning with him, just hoping to see if it can get of a small kill. Remember, he'll be looking for some of the small little fish species, some frogs, even little things like tadpoles. Maybe later on when he shifts position, he's a little far away now to be able to get very good detail of if he does catch anything. Maybe later on, if he flies closer to us or we can reposition later, we might get a good view. And you can see our yellow-billed ducks in the foreground doing a little bit of active feeding there. So generally we've seen as the day progresses that the wind picks up. I mean, it's already a decent sort of strength for this time of the morning. So these ducks, they seem to enjoy getting their feeding in before the wind becomes too strong. You can see, kind of looking at the water now, how it is moving, but not incredibly quickly from that wind. And obviously when the wind picks up, when it gains a bit of strength, it becomes a bit more difficult for these yellow-billed ducks to do their thing. Remember, they're looking for a lot of the sort of aquatic plants and things that are growing underneath the water. So they're looking for slightly different things to that. We did have some Egyptian geese here earlier this morning, but they seem to have moved off, which is interesting. Usually this is their favorite spot. So I think I'm definitely going to be spending a good part of the morning here, just doing a little bit of birding. Nothing wrong with that. I think in the meantime, while we wait potentially for our Egyptian geese to come back, let's take you across to Djuma with Alex.
Here in Djuma at the moment, just having a little look to see. Sorry, excuse the speed of the camera. I'm just going to pan back and around, check who is here. There was some impala just now. Nice to see that they have come through to join us, and rather close. And yesterday, of course, we did have a wonderful sighting of the impala right close to the cam. Of course, getting a very good glimpse of really what their faces do look like, and really just how regal and exquisite the impalas are. Right, a little bit of mixed feeding going on. Of course, impalas are mixed feeders, part of how, or one of the reasons why they are so successful, obviously being able to graze and browse. You can see that one rather big ram doing exactly that. A couple of oxpeckers on the impala too. Cape turtle dove as well, calling there. And now nice to have these rams with us, very close. I'm going to continue our little pan across. We'll come join them. Again, just now, just want to see who else might be in attendance here at Djuma this Sunday morning. So just having a little pan and scan around. Woodlands kingfisher calling as well now. As mentioned, just having a little scan through to see who's decided to pop up for this Sunday's sermon at Djuma. We do have the impala that are in attendance at the moment. Couple more impala rams just down here in the drainage. Of course, a few of our friends do kind of get sucked in, I suppose is the best way to say it, because once they do drop into that drainage, it's very hard for us to keep up with them and know who is about. So these impala ram are going to be kind of lost in the drainage. I'm going to come back down to those that were actually right close to us, because we do have a rather good visual of them here anyway. A couple of the Birchall starlings calling as well. So we're just going to be spending some time with these lovely impala rams. There's also a crested barbet calling in the background, as well as our Birchall starlings too. Good morning, Lillian. Thanks for your question. And yes, most certainly impala will take marulas. It's a favored fruit amongst many, even for myself. I thoroughly enjoy marulas. And if you ever do get the opportunity, when they have fallen, it's a really good idea. Put them in the fridge and then consume them when they are cold. They really do quench the thirst as well. So very, very nice fruits. Lovely and citrusy. But yes, a firm favorite for impala and just about everything else that is in the area that would consider eating them as well. Yes, it is also, of course, marula season. And another place where we do get marulas is across in Madikwe. And we're back off to Steve to see if they've found their wildebeest carcass.
Indeed, well, marulas are possible, but I've only seen one marula tree on this reserve so far. There has been a fair amount of elephant impact over the years, and we don't see many of them. But we found some white-back vultures. There are a couple crows as well, and there was a quick view of a black-back jackal. Now we've arrived back in the area called the Drongo hotspot, and there is a dead wildebeest on the ground here that we reckon died of natural causes. Oh, there's a little baby wildebeest there running around. I don't know, someone earlier when we saw them said that this wildebeest she was here and there was a baby wildebeest running around with her. So it seemed to us yesterday when we found her that something had gone wrong in childbirth. There was all sorts of blood. Her nose was leaking fluid. It wasn't clear that there'd been a placental birth nearby that I could see. But it's a dead wildebeest in the open. She's very dead, and I don't know if that's your kind of scene, everybody, but we are here to investigate the vultures and any scavengers that might come forward. But it does break one's heart. In the background there, just jogging around, is a little wildebeest calf, but it's moving quite well, so I can't tell you whether it's hers. Wildebeest calves have got a very common ability to follow me. That survival instinct when they are born to follow the first thing they see, even a vehicle, even a lion, is well ingrained in them, and it's how they follow me with the herd enables them to survive the way they do. Obviously, initially, following a predator or following a car is not ideal, but you'd think if it was ingrained in that individual would have followed the rest of the herd away yesterday. We might see it come through. I can see it just through the trees at the back there. Can you see it, Drown? Over this bush here. Yeah, over this bush, straight in the back there. Through the thicket there. To the right. Millie, no one would suckle it if it lost its mother. It's just moved from there. It might come out again. No one would suckle it. If it has come from her and she's died, it unfortunately will probably succumb to starvation. Sadly. I know that sounds very cruel and very, very rude. I mean, it's possible that another wildebeest mother would allow it to suckle. I see a shadow coming in. I feel like we might have a landing on the carcass in a moment. There's a shadow coming in of a vulture. Let's see if he's going to put in his landing gear. He's coming in nice and low, checking the wind. Let's have a look. He's going to come from behind our car. Very heavy birds. They use all sorts of currents and winds to fly. Has he landed in the tree behind us? Of course he has. There are more coming. The vultures will be descending on this. I think they only found it this morning. And vultures' strategy is to go out into the open, or should I say when they're up in the sky, they go out into these grid-like patterns, and when one vulture drops, they start to descend on a place. That's why you can have one vulture on a scene and suddenly within moments you can have up to 50. I don't think the vulture density is very strong up in this part of the world, sadly. think there might be a fair amount of human-wildlife conflict that happens outside of this reserve. Bearing in mind birds of prey, or birds, raptors like vultures, aren't confined to national parks. They do move around. And there is a huge issue at the moment in South Africa with vulture poaching. Huge issue. Vulture poisoning, so as to use them in traditional medicine. It is a very big issue currently, and it's very hard to know exactly how to address that. You can hear the crow calling off to the left. Crows are also scavengers, omnivorous predatory birds, opportunistic. Gillian, this is the whiteback vulture. Until today I haven't seen a vulture here, so I'm not sure what other species should be here, but you'd expect there to be the majority, because most of our vultures are able to cover the whole country. You know, there's nothing confining them to anywhere. I mean, the white-headed might be a little bit too far north. The lappet-faced vulture should occur here. They love the mountainous habitat for nesting. The Cape vulture could be through here as well, so I have no doubt then the hooded is probably also, supposedly, no, the hooded wouldn't occur here. So we could potentially have the whiteback, the lappet-faced and the Cape. The two, lappet-faced and Cape, are both regarded as vulnerable, if not endangered at the moment. And the commonest, most common vulture is the whiteback, which we probably about 6 of them with us now, spread out through the trees. They've all been feeding already for some time. That wildebeest has been well and truly snacked upon. Andre, most certainly, dead meat in water can get quite fetid, quite foul, and will definitely taint that water. So it's not ideal. Oh, we've got a wildebeest that's going to come and have an investigation here. I wonder if he's going to come and actually have a look. He's been around the block, this fellow. He's got a face that can tell 1,000 stories. Very tentative, moving forward. He sees a dead animal and perceives possibly there are predators nearby. This is his patch, I would say. I suppose nobody likes anybody to die in their patch. Bad for business. plenty meat on that wildebeest though. So a little baby there. That's very cute. The follow me is happening and he doesn't want it. Oh, shame. So that young wildebeest there looks very, very small. I wonder if it will come closer. Doesn't look brand spanking new. I don't really know. He's not quite sure. He's like, hey, I didn't sign up for this job.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
So interesting scenes here from Madikwe. This male wildebeest and a young wildebeest calf there. We can only assume this is mum. No, Quincy. I don't think so. I mean, I think there's got to be at least 2 to 3 months of milk, somewhere around there, for it to be weaned. It's in the first early stages. It's a very tricky time for a young wildebeest, for a young animal. And it's often the case if an animal that has just had a youngster is killed or dies, that the offspring won't survive unless there's some form of transferal of parent, which I don't think wildebeest do. You know, lions will suckle the youngsters that aren't their own. I don't know of a wildebeest doing so. Hilary, that's a good question. You know, mammals have great paternal instincts, it seems. They really do a lot to look after their youngsters. And we see it very, very well with elephant. See it very well with elephant, how well they look after their youngsters and how long they do it for. But, you know, you see it with most mammals. Most mammals have this sort of need to look after their babies. I don't know if there's a competition between who does better than who. I don't know, actually. Cats can be very ferocious about their youngsters. Then I met some people who can be very ferocious about their youngsters as well. So mammals in general, you've gone and held this individual in your belly for an X amount of time, and someone now wants to try and do something to that. It'll bring out the wrath in the mother. So that desire to protect your offspring is huge in so many species. I don't know how it's possible to gauge who's got the strongest. So Alex reckons that elephants, yes, definitely elephants do. Baboons possibly as well, Alex suggests. I mean, wildebeest will defend their youngsters. I've seen them turn on lions. We saw them the other day turn on wild dogs. In Impala, they do a lot for their youngsters. Rhinos do a lot for their babies. So it's really hard, I suppose, to put it into a category of who does what. Who is more parentally orientated. Obviously, we look at insects. Insects just lay eggs and they move off. But you look at pythons. Pythons will actually incubate their eggs and sometimes even die in the process of incubating the eggs. So, very interesting discussion, really. One thing I know is you don't try to get between the mother and its baby. That is just the key. Don't show any threat towards that baby. Quincy, a few days, I would say, depending on, I don't know. Dehydration's a reality. Dehydration would probably be the biggest issue. Lack of food, we know individuals can go for time without food, but it's the heat and the temperature and the lack of water. And obviously this youngster would get most of its sustenance and moisture from mum initially, and guidance. So it's also quite at risk of being predated upon, just running around here. Being lost in the herd is the key. See the jackal over here. Yeah, just off to the right. It's not going into the bush there. Cindy, why do animals have different ways of raising their young? Because some ways work different to other ways, and the successful way is then passed on. That strategy that worked best is then used again and again. The difference is habitat is an important element. You know, you can conceal your youngsters if your selection of habitat is chosen for concealment, or you have to drop them en masse and flood the market if your chosen habitat is open plains. Now this, of course, is all talking about precocial youngsters, youngsters that are born quite well developed in the case of most of our antelope. But our predators, you know, they can't afford to give birth to large youngsters. It makes it cumbersome to hunt and to move, and they also generally have more than one. So they give birth to much less developed youngsters, which then require a den for concealment or a burrow for protection and concealment. So it's all about how it's worked. And I mean, the first lion that had cubs out in the open didn't survive. The first lion that found a thicket with a gully and a thick bush had success. So that trait was then perpetuated. So everything we see in evolutionary ecology is about what was successful versus what wasn't. If you had birds in a cage and there was no predation, they would breed however they could if they didn't have the necessary nesting material, because there was nothing to prevent them from doing so. But out here, there's lots of predation, lots of competition, so animals that choose the most ideal form for their breeding are the ones who continue to breed in natural systems. I hope that answers your question. Whiteback griffon vulture, due to their forked tongue, standing facing the wind, facilitate ease of takeoff and ease of holding on to that tree. wind has really picked up today. Very nice cool breeze blowing across us here, and the vultures are holding on to the tree quite tightly. We feel like we got here a bit late for the feeding frenzy that ensued earlier today. Vultures all seem to be quite full, quite well fed. And it's not a breeding time either, so they've got nowhere to take their food to go and give it to a waiting partner. It's too hot this time of year for vultures to be breeding. They breed in the winter months. Vanessa, they do fly very long distances. They get the currents. They first get the thermals, they get quite high up, and they can cover quite large distances across the country. The Cape vulture comes from here all the way around the coast back down to the Cape, so they can cover enormous distances, and they don't use much energy doing so. Just a little bit of flapping from time to time, but most of the energy. Here we go. We've got a vulture coming in. He's decided it's time to eat. Let's see. Maybe not. Going to a tree closer by. The beginning of the descent, perhaps. Francine, it depends what's in the water. I suppose there's a lot of microorganisms and bacteria out here that grows, and flies and animals that feed on it. So I don't know if in the water definitely gets softer. Depends how alive the water is. But it's a good question. I'm not really sure. I know hyenas used to, or like to sometimes take bones and bury them in pans to drink up or eat up later. But whether they decompose faster in water, it's hard to say. A lot of what takes place on a carcass like this is flies. Obviously the animals that come to eat it, but flies, once it's been broken up, the maggots, they break it down super fast. Okay, well, we'll probably stay a little bit longer, see if anything comes down to eat, and we're going to send you back over to Alex.
Thanks, Steve. And yes, back here in Okukuyo, cloud cover slowly starting to burn off, at least for the moment. It might change later on. Stickler calling in the background, and currently no presence of our Egyptian geese. They have yet to turn up. Of course, there were some springbuck off in the distance, but other than the little grebe and the little egret, haven't had too much action. Obviously are a number of lapwings. I did hear them earlier, did get a glimpse of one. I'm sure there'll be a few of them around as well. The spurfowl still keeping us company with regards to their vocals, but otherwise not too much. There is the first sound of our Egyptian geese, so I'm sure they'll also be present at some stage. We'll do a little roll call of them, and we do have them in frame. Acacia Pied Barber 2. With this green flush, we have also had quite a large number of yellow-billed egrets around too. So just waiting to see if they pop up. We'll see a number of little white dots then. Just to see if any of them are here. They were kind of favoring this area yesterday. Another Cape turtle dove. Doesn't seem like many of the egrets out just yet, but I'm sure that'll change throughout the course of the day. Of course, slowly starting to get our audio of the Egyptian geese. So a late start for them. Of course, it is Sunday too, though they don't have a weekly planner, but we will join them once they are visual. Springbok getting a bit closer, so that's quite cool. We'll spend some time watching them. There's a number of them also off in the distance along the tree line as well. So nice just to catch up with the Springbok. I'll try and get a closer view for us. A couple of guinea fowl as well there. Hi Sandy, thanks for your question. And there's a bird in the area that I would love to see, although I haven't heard any of them here. That would probably be the Rupel's parrot. A big fan of parrots in general. I would say possibly of the ones that we've seen. There'll be a number of sunbirds I would think as well, probably up there. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head what is the favorite of the birds that we've seen. Kori bustards are always great to see here. Nice to have had some of the birds of prey, so the tawny eagles. We have had vultures also. But I can't say that I've got a firm favorite just yet, but a definite bird that I would love to see would be a Rupel's parrot. Hi Justine, it's been some time since I've seen an elephant here in Okakuyo. I would think probably around a month or so. And yeah, I think also just with all this fresh vegetation that is obviously out for them, taking full advantage of that. Obviously fresh vegetation, high in nutrients, and of course with the rain that has been in the area, they also have access to surface water. So they are able to spend more time away from the water holes. Of course, we are static, so we can't follow them. But yeah, it would be nice to get a glimpse of them again. Unfortunately for us, though, we just have to be patient and hope that the waterhole gods come through for us.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
So those guinea fowls just zooming through the frame at the moment. I've mentioned it previously, and it is rather awesome watching them as they scoot about. They are very quick, rather nimble as well. But the springbok also seem pretty subdued, not too much going on with them. Really just enjoying a little graze. So a rather peaceful little interlude here in Okakuyo. Lovely to get these wonderful sightings of the springbok. And of course those guinea fowl. But it is time for us to check in again with Steve and see what's going on in Madikwe.
Well, everybody, if you're just jumping on board this morning, welcome here to Madikwe. Welcome to a poor hapless little baby wildebeest who seems to have lost his mother. Now, we started off this morning with a male lion. Alex has been doing a bit of birding, looking at some springbok as well. It's been a nice start to the day. But this poor wildebeest is possibly the baby of an adult female that we found here yesterday morning. She died, we don't quite know what. I thought it might be childbirth related, but it seems like this youngster was born beforehand and something has done I don't know, something's happened to us since then. But hello everybody, my name is Steve, I'm joined by Rian on camera, and as always, very excited to have you with us out here on Escape to Nature, and your questions and comments are valuable to us, so please do drop them in. Let us know what you'd like to talk about, let us know if there's anything of interest that we can get done today. But now, our poor little wildebeest has lost its source of food and protection, and it walked right up to this carcass before, giving it a sniff. The flies emanating off the carcass exploded in every direction, and now it's running again to the shade. We found this carcass about this time yesterday, and I went to investigate, and there was some bloody discharge from both ends. Thought maybe there was some complications in the birth, but maybe it's some delayed complications that took place. It's hard to say. There were no other forms of injury, no other forms of ailment that we could tell. But without being a vet and without doing a post-mortem, it's not always easy to tell. But since we left and have come back this morning, there have been jackals and some vultures feeding on this carcass. I do expect more vultures to descend, more vultures to come in from the skies. There's at least 3 more on their way in. We'll see if they're going to come in and land on this kill, or if they're going to, not this kill, on this carcass, or if they're going to land in the trees nearby. The landing gear of one of them is out. We're going to start off in the trees, ascertain whether it's safe to land on the ground. They have arrived to see other vultures in the trees, and so to them they think, okay, how does this work? How do we start? Another vulture going to come in as well. So far, only seen white-backed vultures. Oh, there's another 2. So they're coming in their pairs. Nicky, there most certainly is a pecking order. You'll find the biggest vultures dominate, so if the leopard-faced vulture's around, he just dominates. He takes complete center stage. Leopard-faced vulture is much bigger and a much more powerful beak, and they're able to rip open carcasses, so it's not always possible for vultures to actually open up the skin or the hide of an animal. And the leopard-faced vultures do that very well. But when it comes down to just whiteback vultures, they will all compete and fight, and they'll exert dominance over each other. It's quite something to see. We were hoping that that is something we would see today, but it is early days. In Kruger, you find carcasses sometimes with 20 to 50 vultures on it, and it turns into an absolute dog show. Maybe that is still to come. We've got at least 6 or 7 vultures now joining the scene, and neither of them, in our knowledge, have been at this carcass to feed. So maybe they're having a quick chat with those on scene, going, is it safe to land? Can we go down there? The hooded vultures, when you do find them on carcasses, are much braver than whiteback vultures because they're able to fly easier. A whiteback vulture requires a fair amount of energy to get off the ground, and so if there is a predator nearby, they're unlikely to descend onto a carcass. It's one of those telltale signs of whether there's a predator on the ground or not. When you find vultures in the tree, have a look at their throat. If their throat pouch is full, they've been feeding. If it's not, they have not been feeding. And they're in the tree, which means the predator's probably still there. If you find a hooded vulture, generally the carcass is closest to them. They are very close to the carcass. They're normally right above it. Crows are busy chasing off a black-shouldered kite. No, it was not a black-shouldered kite, it was a pale chanting goshawk. The crows are predatory and they also get predated on from time to time. These pied crows, which are also on the scene. Their numbers have increased dramatically in South Africa due to the habitat that's been created with regards to roads and road kill. My spirit bird. So everybody, as I said just now, if you do have any questions and comments that you'd like to throw forward to us today, please do feel free. Your questions are valuable. They do help us to delve into discussions. Anything about Madikwe or these vultures, potentially anything we have not yet discussed about this dead wildebeest that comes to mind, please do let us know. We were hoping to get some brown hyena action on this. Been quite privileged with the brown hyena activity that we saw on the giraffe a few weeks ago. Might be a little bit warm in the day now. Definitely, Nick. I mean, the carcass itself, before it even dies, is an ecosystem. Your stomach and your gut is an ecosystem. Your whole body is an ecosystem, and then when it dies and gets opened up like that, it does. It turns into an ecosystem and a hot spot on the ground. There's a whole lot of minerals that get leached into the soil from the blood, from the stomach content, and the amount of insects that grow off of a carcass are shedding and feeding and defecating the whole time, and that is nutrients being recycled into the soil. The bones as well will eventually be completely distributed, but the bones themselves lying on the ground have potential to create shade and shelter and also breeding sites for certain types of organisms, and very particular types of organisms thrive on flesh, decomposing material. Even the horns themselves will get horn borer moths growing in to eat the horn. The fur potentially will even get scooped up by birds for making nests. And the defecation from all of the birds that feed on a site like this, vultures, they change the pH of that little patch when there's a lot of them. Huge amounts of uric acid deposited in the vultures' droppings. Disturbance to the ground from the feeding, the scratching. The grass gets disturbed. A little hotspot, a little nutrient hotspot, as well as a disturbed patch, different from its surrounding area. And the larger the carcass and the bigger the carcass, the more time it's there, the more influence to that patch there is. Nothing is wasted in the wilderness, and something to just be so cognizant of when you think about where you've come from. We've come from the earth, and to the earth we shall return. Everything that constitutes our body comes from the ground in many different ways and forms. And looking deep into the carcass, there's loads of flies and there's butterflies and there's all sorts of things happening in there. We know that some jackal have fed upon it. We know some vultures have. We don't know who else. So the dead serves a purpose. But it does make our hearts sore that this small little youngster is just hanging in the shade there waiting for something. Probably very confused. Angie, it's about the moisture. They're looking for moisture. You find butterflies on dung, on puddles in the road from rain, looking for whatever moisture they can get. I wouldn't call them carnivorous butterflies, but there's all sorts of things, all sorts of fluids that are there, and there's probably a bit of salt as well, and they'll drink it up. I mean, I can't say before I've spent time with butterflies landing on blood or on carcasses, but I'm seeing it right now. But that could be from any of the other fluids that are coming out of the body. Jael, of course, predators follow vultures. They follow them all the time. It just might not be the right time of day. They might be on another carcass somewhere. They might be sated. They might be full. And it is reaching that time of day when scavenging really deteriorates with regards to the movement of these large carnivorous animals. They might not have even seen them because their head is underneath a tree. And they're weighing up the energy constraints of how far are they going to travel to this kill. But it's not impossible. This kill, I keep saying this kill, to this carcass. It's not impossible. Yes, opportunistic scavengers will always follow vultures. I've seen lions doing it. We do it. All about energy. of the vultures seem to be whiteback. But we will definitely keep our eyes peeled. Maybe they will eventually decide to come down, especially the new additions. Callie, it depends on the carcass. If they arrive at a wildebeest like this and it hasn't been broken open, they'll start with the eyes and go in through the genital areas, through the anus if possible, wherever it's soft. And sometimes they'll eat right inside of an animal, not being able to break the skin. But if other predators have broken it open, they will just go wherever they can get meat. They're not generally whitebacks, not generally able to break open the skin, unless it's a small, soft animal. So they will go with whatever they can. But they'll try to get inside to the soft inner meat, which they can rip and tear. A buffalo carcass, for example, that dies, vultures won't be able to do much to it unless somebody comes and cuts it open. Hence the different standing points with vultures in the landscape and their different roles. Okay, well, we're going to see if our birds come down to have a feed. In the meantime, let's go see how Alex is doing on the Djuma Dam Cam.
Busy with his birding. We're doing some of our own, and we're here with the Egyptian geese family, the two adults, and of course the two goslings that are just about ready to fledge. They are just behind the adults at the moment. A little bit of preening going on at the moment here. The one that is closest to us is the male, or the dad. The thicker neck, bit of a bigger body size as well. And then the mother just behind that, thinner neck, a little bit of a smaller body size too. But just behind them, you'll just be able to make one gosling's head out, moving about there. That's where the two of them are. So that kind of characteristic one-footed standing position, kind of to conserve energy as well. But just a cool little insight into their life at the moment. A little butterfly flying around there. A little bit of wind and no doubt a rather warm day here in the Sabi Sands. Just quite cool. Really nice just to sit back, relax, really just watch how the different animals, birds go about their routines. There was a little terrapin that was there as well. I just saw its head popping up, but it has gone underwater. Hi Bianca, and from what I'm aware, at least, it is generally just for conservation of energy for themselves. That is generally when we do see that as well. Of course, certain birds have different feet structures. Of course, these being waterfowl, they do have those webbed feet. And obviously a number of the others, so such as the raptors, obviously having those talons. And then once they get grip, it kind of clamps right down. So different functions to the different feet, as well as the other passerines in that as well. So little seed eaters in that, obviously being able to grab onto branches. So it also does come down to, the substrate that, they frequent, as well as the type of food that they would then consume. So, being predators or insectivores, seed eaters, focusing on different things. And as I said, obviously the different environments that they would then live or stay in too. Emerald spotted wood dove, as I'm calling in the distance. And that terrapin also just swimming about. I just see its head at the moment. So I'm going to zoom out. Let's see if the impala are still about. Nice to touch base with the Egyptian geese. Of course, a couple of different doves calling as well. So I did say the emerald spotted wood dove. There were Cape turtle doves, and as well as there being laughing as well as the ring-necked too. So nice to see. Good to see that the impala are still about. They haven't headed off into the thickets just yet. As it does get warmer, we will, I'm sure, start to see them either move off into the thickets or do exactly what these two rams have started to do and get under the shade. Also conserve energy. So really just quite cool. So it looks like a rather peaceful and blissful moment for these impala, at least. Very relaxed. Of course, getting in and amongst that mixed feeding that they do. So browsing, grazing, and we did chat about it earlier. When fruits are in season and they have dropped, so such as marulas at the moment, and taking advantage of those as well. Of course, marulas are seasonal, and it is the female of the tree that does then drop the fruits. And they can fall at different times, really, in that season. So January, February to March. Sometime even, I suppose, perhaps even later there. It does depend on rain as well. Of course, in the area where we are here, is a very, very local or nice local beer that is made from the marulas too, as well as obviously jams and preserves in that as well. A lot of uses to the marula nut or fruit too. There's around 7 different uses to that. There's a highly nutritious, or 3 very nutritious little nuts with inside that pod. So there's like a fleshy skin, kind of quite leathery. Then there is the flesh, the very nice, sweet, almost quite citrusy flesh that is on that, and then the nut that is inside that. And there's generally 3 within that. It is very laborious to get that out. Of course, there's also an essential oil that is made as well. Those husks then that house the nut are also then used as a form of charcoal as well. Very hard. Of course, juices, preserves, and a number of other things that can then also be made from the marulas. So very versatile and highly appreciated in many cultures as well throughout Southern Africa. So a very revered tree, and one of the more special ones as well. I thoroughly enjoy them. One of my favorite trees. Sydney, yes, I have been. A number of times, in fact. Black rhinos, elephants. I once got revved by a leopard as well. And when I was young, myself and my sister were walking around not too far from Djuma. And we happened to get in between a zebra and her foal. And it was actually in winter. Zebra obviously can drop foals at any time of the year. And we happened to get in between a zebra mom and her foal. And that zebra mom then charged at my sister. Fortunately, did stop before her. And no, we got away to tell the story. But it was pretty interesting. Definitely not something that we expected at the ages of around 10 and 12. And definitely something that did spook her as well, in particular. There was a little tree squirrel that was bounding around there. I'm trying to think what else. A hippo has charged me as well. And obviously I'd have or know of the odd story of others that have had some unfortunate run-ins with different wildlife too. So really quite interesting what is going on here. I'm trying to see if we can't pick up on that tree squirrel again. But I suppose, interesting other things that I have seen as well. So there's an ability, at least with vervet monkeys and even hyenas, where they can kind of pick up on testosterone and estrogen, and being far bolder around girls and even women. So even hyenas being far bolder if there are just only girls present. And even vervet monkeys as well, picking up on that. So being able to pick up on estrogen and testosterone. So being a lot bolder at times, and sometimes also creating a lot of havoc.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
So it seems that the majority of the other impala have headed off into the thicket, and for us, we're just going to sit here with these two rams while they enjoy some of the shade here. A little bit of rumination going on. One on the left being a bit bigger, perhaps older. Nonetheless, just pleasant to sit and watch them go about their morning. So a younger ram now also coming to join the two that are here in the shade. Really quite cool. Hi Katie, and thank you for your questions. And yes, there are a couple of misconceptions with regards to that, because obviously gestation is generally a set period of time. So of course with impala there was obviously that information that it did go around that they can in fact withhold the dropping of their lambs, which is in fact untrue. So it generally comes down to obviously the gestation period of that animal, and then obviously when the time is right, then dropping that baby lamb, calf, foal, cub, pup, whatever it may be, after that gestation period has elapsed. It obviously doesn't make sense to keep carrying those embryos or fetuses once it is time for them to see the light of day, because obviously it does put a strain on the mothers and their resources as well. So that's also why we then have altricial and precocial animals as well. So when they are born, either being altricial, such as the predators, and that's really just a function of their life. So predators, for example, so a lion, their cubs being born with their eyes shut and obviously rather small, and then obviously having to grow, that obviously having to drop or being able to drop those cubs off after 4 months of gestation is obviously a benefit to the lion, because having them grow inside of her for much longer, then that would impact obviously her weight, speed, ability to hunt, and the rest. Of course, things such as the herbivores, so an impala, for example, that we're looking at right now, those lambs are pretty much able to run and start to almost mix feed as well. Obviously do suckle for a point in time, but they do get to eating very quickly and obviously can move around very quickly as well. So that is a longer gestation that then does happen, and them being born rather precocial. So eyes open and the rest. So hopefully that does give you a little bit of insight. So animals generally don't withhold the dropping of their young for a couple of those reasons. Nice to have these impala coming back out of the thicket towards us. There's a couple of oxpeckers around with them as well, so cool to see those as well. And that little tree squirrel that did head off into that thicket over there hasn't shown itself. Of course, the woodlands kingfishers are ever present at the moment, and nice to have them too. A little bit of argy-bargy, I think, perhaps happening with the impala. You might see a few handbags every now and then, and even hear some of those guttural sounds of theirs. So lovely to see the warthog coming out now. And this family of warthog have been around for the last few days. Very cool to see them. Just waiting to see where the two piglets are. So there they go. Two of them are there. So the little sounder of warthogs back here and in amongst the impala at the moment. So the one boar, the two sows, and of course the two little piglets. The cuckoo calling there as well. I'm going to just zoom out a little bit, try and get everyone in frame and watch to see what happens. I'm sure the warthog's probably going to make their way down to the little drainage line and the wallow that they like to frequent. But nice to have them around at the moment. Very pleasant at the moment. Kind of expecting these warthogs to get to that wallow very quickly. That's why I have zoomed out a little bit. A couple of the impala also coming back through that little clearing. So a number of them also enjoying the shade. A very peaceful time here in Djuma. Lovely to see all these impala, of course, get the warthogs coming back out for us. Do a little bit of birding as well. It's time for us to check in again with Steve and see what's going on in Madikwe.
Well, welcome back to Madikwe, where two crows have descended on our carcass and vultures have been streaming in from all over. We had one vulture come down quite close to the carcass and have a little inquisitive look before flying back up into the tree. I have no doubt shortly the vultures are going to descend upon this. There's a jackal that's been lurking around in the background as well. I feel like it might have fed already. But jackal are well known to take food and store it and dig it, bury it for later. Now it's the waiting game. Another shadow above. The vulture blocking out the sun. Where will it be coming from? It just takes one vulture to land on this carcass for more to pluck up the courage. Here we go. And one has landed. And here comes another one. It's all going to start happening now, everybody. There's almost a FOMO element to it. Another one coming in from the left. And that is something that they do when they're competing at kills. They open their wings, make themselves look bigger. They run at each other and compete. That one that's just joined looks like a youngster because it's quite pale. And here we go. No, they're both adults. And now come the vultures from the side. Are you ready for... Oh, they're not so sure. They were coming, and then they landed in the tree, and here comes the baby wildebeest to investigate what's going on. Oh, no. Oh, it's just so precious. Here comes one again from the left of the screen. Are you ready for the landing gear? And 3, 2. Oh, that wasn't too badly done. Baby wildebeest keeps running around and giving them the heebie-jeebies. They aren't familiar with something like that. To them, it is a potential danger. So they're almost ready to take off each time. Another one is about to fly in from the left. They're all accumulating in the tree nearby. Hannah, the waiting game, the patience. Yes, indeed, you can spend a lot of time waiting for something, for it to eventually happen. It's about trusting, isn't it? About trusting, and well, we just know that as it gets hotter, the chances of there being a predator close to this is limited, and that gives the vultures a little bit more. Look how clean that one is. I am clean as a whistle. Me, I clearly haven't had my entire body inside of a carcass just yet. All whitebacks. The paler ones are just juveniles from probably last year. Once a set amount of vultures land on this, it's going to become a bit chaotic. There we go, they've got some of the rumen. Now it's starting to heat up. Now more vultures we'll see. Here comes another one from the left. Landing gear is out. Land right on top of them. Another very clean. Goodness, that vulture is almost white. Another white one. So last year's juveniles are all in the game. And now the crows are going to make way. And in they come. In they come. Look at them. Crystal, the wingspan is quite impressive, isn't it? Quite impressive. And so now, one at a time. Okay, who's going to be first? No one. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'll do it. No. No. How about me? No. Ready? Oh. Well, guys, it's only a dead wildebeest. What are you so scared about? It's going to take one brave individual to start in there, and then chaos is going to ensue. They're being very tentative, but there's going to be a turning point, a tipping point, when there's enough vultures there. If they realize, oh well, if a predator does come, it's not going to get me. JP, it's not the crow that they're afraid of. They are afraid of being caught by a predator. They're in the open like this. They don't know where the predator is. They don't know that this animal died of natural causes. They're thinking there's a lion ready to emerge out of the bushes there and smash them. So they keep staring to the shade, to the shadows. You see how that one took off at the back. It's not an easy thing for them to get away. And so there's a lot of risk once their heads are in that carcass and they're starting to fill up, that their vigilance is diminished. But there's going to be a point when they just can't help themselves and they're all going to start feeding. See, it's not an easy takeoff. It's a whole lot of steps, a run and a push. And there is a jackal hanging around. Jackal do catch vultures from time to time. I've seen one catch one before. And these vultures haven't survived this long for being uncautious. They've got time. As you can see, this wildebeest is not going anywhere. If anything, the warmer it gets, the hotter it gets, the less chance they have of a predator emerging out of the thickets to discipline them. Pamela, it's all about the aspect ratio. Birds with large, broad wings are generally quite heavy. And so the broad, long wings with little fingers on the tips of the feathers there, the primaries, they enable these birds to use the thermals for effortless flight. If you've ever seen a paraglider or those little gliding planes, they've got very broad wings for what they carry. And what they do is they require no effort to fly, when there are thermals and currents. You see how much effort it requires these animals to get off of the ground. That's very energy consuming. And so vultures are able to capitalize on thermals, and because they got such broad wings, the thermals pick them up, lift them up, and the tips of their primary feathers just bleed the air off. If you've ever been in a plane and you feel turbulence, well, a vulture eliminates turbulence by bleeding the air off on the tips of the wings, and so they coast easily. Even coming down into this sighting, they're doing no flapping at all. They're just turning their tail feathers, dropping their legs out as a land gear, and descending to the ground. But taking off and flying from tree to tree and flying from one area to another require energy if there's no heat being generated off the ground, no thermals. So they use these thermals to go far up into the sky, and then they move out into massive grids covering huge area of the landscape almost effortlessly. And they can do so all day. Once they descend, it then requires effort for them to get back up to the desired height in using the thermals. But that's why if you find a cold day, like if for example it started raining now and it didn't stop raining until tomorrow or the next day, these vultures would stay right here. They'd go nowhere because they can't fly anywhere. It's too much energy. They'd rather just sit and wait until conditions are more suitable for them. Storks have the same large aspect ratio. Doesn't mean they fly very quickly. JP, you've never seen them being so tentative. Yes, well, maybe it's something to do with Madikwe. Maybe there's a lot of vulture-eating predators that hang around on the ground, and none of them wants to be the one being caught. I can't imagine what it must taste like eating a vulture. But we now have 2 left on the floor, 1 left on the floor, none left on the floor. They've all decided this is too much. They're all spooked. And off they go. That tree is going to collapse under the weight of them. They'll wait again. That whole game of waiting is going to just take a bit longer. And who knows, maybe they see something that we didn't see. But if a male lion or a lioness was nearby and they saw all of this activity, they would most likely have come to investigate and dragged that carcass to a shady spot to feed. It's all about whether they see them and whether them seeing them, their calculations are, that's close enough for me to walk, or is it too much energy? I shall investigate it later. I often spend time with lions. You see them watching vultures. Fastest I've ever seen Darkmane in Djuma move was when vultures descended behind us and he ran. It was quite something to witness. He went from a sleeping, lying down cat to a highly mobile animal on 3 legs. African samurai, they can see it from the air, but not necessarily them individually. They might have seen something. Often we find crows can lead, crows or bataliers or tawny eagles can lead vultures to a carcass. One comes to investigate and the rest of them see that one individual has dropped out of the grid and they all descend. It's how they can all be here so quickly. They go up into the sky, they spread out into this massive grid system, flying around, surveying. They've got incredible eyesight. Some people say they could read a newspaper from a kilometer away. I didn't know vultures could read, but that is the analogy So they can see something on the floor that's not moving, that's dead. They pick it out from other individual objects, and they'll land to come and see. And them landing brings in that whole network of vultures through the sky, and it's how vultures can cover such an enormous area, and it's how they can all get there so quickly, because they see the others drop and they then follow suit. Okay, well, I think that action's over for now. I have a feeling, though, that it will happen again once they get a little bit braver. Jackie, darling, it's your first time seeing so many vultures in Wild Earth. Well, we've definitely had before, but, you know, it's about the density of the vegetation as well. Being here, this is a very nice open patch. And I know we spend a lot of time in Djuma. We do get a lot of vultures there, but also there's a lot of vegetation, which limits the amount of vultures that can actually actively feed in that area. But in places, the northern Kruger, other parts of Kruger, I've seen hundreds of vultures in the same area feeding on carcasses. It really is quite something. And I don't think the action is over, but it will be heating up as the day does, so I think the action will as well. Beautifully decorated tree jail. Well, after they've all defecated, it's going to have a white tinge to it in many places. You would not want to park your car under a tree like that. Vulture stomach acids are so strong because they consume huge amounts of meat, and the stomach acids in vultures just deteriorate and turn that meat into foul stuff, but it comes out as like battery acid. If you parked your car under there, it would most certainly strip the paint. As before, it's only going to take one vulture to descend upon the scene, and we're going to wait here and see what happens. There are more arriving still. Our crows will probably be back on the carcass shortly. Good morning, Nadine. Nice to hear you in my ear. What an interesting morning. Two lovely ladies directing from the MC this morning, everybody. Jordan and has been doing a wonderful job this morning, and now Nadine is just taking over for a bit to give Jordan a little break. They work very hard there in Mission Control, pushing lots of buttons. Can't even comprehend how many buttons and little things that have to happen that side. We have to find animals and things and frame them and then talk about them. It's also a difficult job, but I definitely know which one I'd prefer. Oh, but the crow is calling. Quack, quack. Corvus the crow, calling, calling. Still only seen one species of vulture here. Yeah, I can imagine it is difficult. There's so many different technological devices now since when I first started. And we were working out of Djuma, and all the staff worked and lived there, and we all associated with each other every day. So now broadcasting from many different locations based out of Johannesburg. We don't get to even see our team. So I think it would be nice if Mission Control would send to us a little video of what you guys are doing that side. Just a little hi. So we can check in. It's always nice to see the faces of those behind the scenes. So while our vultures kill time, I do a little bit of grooming, preening. They are far cleaner than most people give them credit. They do wash themselves regularly. One of the discussions earlier about does rotting meat in water contaminate the water? Well, it definitely does spread disease. And vultures are well-known carriers of disease. There's a lot of studies going on with EWT, Endangered Wildlife Trust, with regards to vultures traveling from parts of like northern Kruger, where anthrax is an endemic disease, indigenous to the landscape there. And many animals survive with it. The weak obviously get dropped quite quickly. When I started there in 2014 in Pufuri, I counted more than 50, 60 impala carcasses, all attributed to anthrax that came after the floods. And so a lot of studies going into, because we know vultures can't be confined to an area, they're big flying birds, and their movement to and from diseased areas has definitely the potential to transfer disease, especially considering that they will bath regularly in water sources. So far cleaner than we think. But I wonder what Alex's thoughts are on the matter. Let's go send you over to him.
Steve, and yeah, we are back here in Djuma with the impala, or bachelor herd of impala that have moved from across the other side of the waterhole, obviously taking refuge in the shade presently. But, with regards to anthrax and vultures, yeah, I agree. There's very much a correlation at times where vultures have been known to take or carry anthrax, and actually then, through bathing in different water holes and the such, then leaving those spores present for others to then ingest or imbibe, and of course perhaps leading then to outbreaks here and there. So in particular, that has been the case up in Etosha, and as Steve mentioned, that also was the case up in the northern Kruger after floods there along the Limpopo. But of course, vultures are obviously very, very vital to ecosystems, and they do obviously help with regards to the management of anthrax, and of course, being able to help clean up. The problem is that those anthrax spores obviously lie dormant within the soil systems, and those spores are actually really the major issues. So it's also when carcasses are opened up, so those that are carrying anthrax, that those carcasses being opened up and then exposed obviously to those soil, or to that soil or the substrate, then allowing for those spores then to kind of cement themselves in that area, and then through dust bathing or other things or other activities then being spread, and outbreaks then occurring, and of course then having to be managed from there. So generally, if it is thought that an animal has or does have anthrax, it is best practice is obviously that those carcasses are then removed, even burnt, so that they do not have that ability then to drop or have those spores then leak into the ground and cement themselves further into an ecosystem. But of course, it is sporadic. It is obviously endemic to southern Africa at least, and a number of areas or wild areas where anthrax is known to occur, and obviously that can affect wildlife in those areas. But very cool. Quite clearly at the moment though, these impala obviously blissfully unaware of anything of that nature. A little closer look at these impala rams. Really quite cool. So a little bachelor herd, and we should start to see bits of jostling, handbags being thrown by them. Of course, those that are of the correct age and maturity then bulking up to fight their way towards mating rights, which will happen in around 3.5 odd months, at least here in Djuma. But really awesome. Lovely to be able to spend some time with him. A nice little red-billed oxpecker here. I'll try to get a bit closer on this one. Just watch that kind of grooming function that the oxpecker will do, combing through the fur coat of the impala, much like they do as well with their own teeth. It's especially adapted comb-like teeth of theirs.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So just a special moment being spent here. Young Impala ram, lovely red-billed oxpecker, lovely bird sounds, nice little bit of breeze going on as well. You can just see the tufts of grass and the other little forbs kind of just flowing about with the wind. Quite cool, almost like a little sea of vegetation. But nice to just watch a little bit of hemophagia that is really going on here with the oxpecker, looking for those ectoparasites, of course enjoying ticks and blood, of course also taking on scars and fresh wounds as well, being primarily feeders of blood. So that is exactly what it is doing right there, combing through this ram's coat, looking for any ticks that might be present. Really quite cool just watching the oxpecker bob around on this Impala ram's forehead at the moment. Also using its horns here and there just to kind of clean its bill too. So quite interesting behavior that's going on. A little bit of mutualism that is occurring. Of course, young ram getting on with some rumination as well. So it seems to be a rather intimate moment being shared here with the oxpecker and the Impala ram. Clearly not too phased by how intrinsic that feeding is going at the moment. But really quite special. Lovely to be able to sit here and just watch how these two species will interact with each other. And I suppose the patience being shown by an Impala ram, with the oxpecker bounding about like it is all over his body. So great to just spend some time, as I said, just watching how this relationship does unfold. But it's time for us also to head off to Nick and see what's going on across in Kariega.
And welcome back to Kariega. We've had a nice peaceful day. A little bit of sprinkling of rain here and there, but it's always very welcome to have some rain. And we've been spending pretty much the whole day here at Scotia Dam, following this heron here on his little missions. And I'm really hoping that we'll be able to see him grab something live here. He did catch something a little bit earlier. It looked potentially like a small little frog. And you can see on the left hand side there is a second heron that's come to join here. Looks like a juvenile. No, oopsie, he's got some reeds there. Sorry about that drop in the camera there, everybody. the tripod giving a bit of trouble here. You can see those yellow-billed ducks still doing a bit of feeding as well. So there was plenty more of them, and then this heron, it obviously saw something that it was quite interested in, and it gave a good stab at whatever was there, and it flushed a lot of those ducks away. So there's just 3 of these ducks that are resting here at the moment. This slightly younger one, heron on the left-hand side, has only just recently come to join this initial heron that we've been watching. But while we patiently wait here, we're going to take you across to Alex and Djuma.
Thanks, Nick. And much the same scene as a few moments ago, but really quite cool, as I was saying. Just enjoying a bit of the interaction that is going on here. So interspecies interaction, because we have 2 different species here. Of course, that impala enjoying a little bit of rumination, and it looks like a bit of an ear clean. The wind, breeze, definitely slow picking up this afternoon. Or has been built to the afternoon at least. But I'm just going to zoom back out again, and I'll check and see where the rest of this impala herd has got to. So we're going to try our best to get in a bit closer, because we are kind of right here on, I suppose, the limits to one side of us, just because of the tree that is behind the camera. But no complaints. A couple of bigger impala rams here now. You can just see how impressive those horns are. Of course, also the body size on them. Really just another special moment, obviously, with some bigger rams right now. And interesting just to see with these common impala, on the rams at least, because we did notice it yesterday on the ewes when they were here drinking, how they have a little bit more of that darker forehead that is present on them, on their faces at least. And now the rams kind of have that kind of clear russety color. Of course, the odd ones do have a little bit of a dark mark on their forehead, and why I'm bringing that up is obviously because we get the black-faced impala up in Okakuyo, Etosha, and both the rams and females have that dark line that kind of links in between the forehead all the way down their muzzles to their nostrils. So some of them up there having really impressive horns, and those also across in East Africa. East African impala also going to have some really, really large horns. It looks like a vervet monkey, or a few of them just on the other side of the fence line. Hi Helen, thank you very much for your question. And I just want to make note for you all, there are some vervet monkeys on the other side of the fence there. You might be able to make them out of that movement. But with regards to Helen's question, wanting to know how impala choose to ruminate, and it's not really that they choose to ruminate, it's more a bodily function of theirs, because they are They have evolved also, so they are ruminants, so they have evolved then to have those four-chambered stomachs. So the rumen, the reticulum, obarsum and abomasum. And what they do then is they then regurgitate up the bolus of food to grind it down further and obviously extract further nutrients out of it. So a very efficient way of sustaining themselves and extracting nutrients out of the food that they would take and eat. So as I said, it's not really that they choose to ruminate, they kind of then bring up that bolus to then extract further nutrients from the food that they've already taken. So it really is a function of their day. So they do that when they're also resting up, relaxing as well. It means that they don't then also have to graze continuously or browse, because they are mixed feeders. I did mention it earlier, how because they are mixed feeders, it is one of the points that has also led to them being one of the most successful antelope on the continent too. So one of the outlying factors or key factors, determinants, that has led to them being the most successful of the antelope. So just enjoying a quiet moment here with the impala, trying to pick up and see if those vervet monkeys don't want to come through and be on our candid dam camera, but we'll just have to wait and see. But quiet and relaxing moments being spent here right now. Crystal, yes, you are so correct. Sabi Sand Dam Cam Rams. They are indeed. And lovely that they've all decided to turn up for us. A little bit of jostling going on there with some of the younger ones in the foreground. One or two handbags going off. Looks like something has piqued attention here on some of these rams. Having a look at something, could be the warthogs. In a moment we'll take a look to see what's going on. So the wind getting a little bit blustery at the moment, but no complaints. Very cool. Of course, the impala is also sheltering in the shade. If it does get rather or more windier, it would definitely mean that we might see them move towards the thickets, kind of shelter up in there. So it does look like something is kind of interesting, some of those impala, keeping a little constant eye out over there. A lot of the others all trying to get under the shade now too. What I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom out and I'll then go and have a look to see if there's anything on the other side. There were some warthogs that were present earlier and they did move towards that drainage line and the wallow that they have been using for the last few days. With it being rather warm, could be the case that they have headed there again, although we might not see them just because it kind of does drop off into the drainage line and we are stationary, so we'll just have to wait and see. But perhaps some inyala as well, and that is what I thought. It was the warthog, probably just drawing the looks of the impala rams. Let's just have a look to see. Try and get in a little closer for us. Crested barbet calling as well. I thought I might have just heard a grey-headed bush shrike, but it was just one kind of note that I did just pick up on. I can't be 100% sure just yet. Something I'll keep an ear out for. But lovely to see these guys. One of the sows, two little piglets. And clearly they have been in the wallow. So great to see these warthogs now back out of the wallow, but it's time for us to shoot over to Nick and see what's going on with his dazzle.
Okay, and we've just shifted a little bit away from Scotia Dam now. We've just come slightly to the north here, northeast. And we've got ourselves a lovely scene here. We've got a dazzle of zebra. You can see we've got ostrich in the background, more zebra far at the back there. Some blesbok right at the back. We did have that white stork flying across. And it's interesting in terms of exactly where they are. All these animals, they're quite close to, there's almost like a big dip. You can kind of see how the zebra that we're looking at, they're kind of closer to this dip itself. Nobody in terms of animal life is really close to Scotia Dam today. Remember, it is cooler, but obviously this looks like a favourite spot for everyone to be. A little bit more protected from the wind and things like that here. On the majority of these zebra look like they're quite dirty. The one on the left hand side definitely looks a bit cleaner than everybody else. But no shortage of animals here. So remember, in terms of this one zebra on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side rather, looking a bit cleaner, maybe he hasn't rolled around as much. Maybe potentially last night the rest of these other ones could have lain down on their side sleeping, whereas this one on the left-hand side, maybe he didn't do that. Maybe he leant up against a tree, or he was standing most of the time. Remember, a lot of the time our zebras in hot conditions will roll around in the dirt to protect their skin from little fleas and mites and things like that. So you can see where they are now. That's directly at the bottom of this little dip that we were talking about. And if we had a lot of rain, we would see a bit of water here, a little bit of mud. But it looks to be dry mostly. Definitely looks a bit softer in terms of the soil down there. But it doesn't look like there's any accumulation of surface water or anything like that. And I think in terms of the game trail that these zebras took, coming down the hill as they were kind of jogging along, they were going downhill, so just a little bit of momentum, a little bit of excitement there. Shame they kind of roused all of the blesbok that were taking it easy. See, the grasses look relatively long. That little blesbok at the back there, he's really having to lift his legs up quite high. You know, when you go in the snow, and quite deep snow, you've really got to lift your legs up to power forward. It looks like that's what that little blesbok is up to there. Interesting how tightly knit this dazzle of zebra is today. You know, it's not like they're standing a few meters apart. Quite often you find, two of them bonding kind of back to back, and then some of the other ones kind of scattered around. And when we first found them, they were very close together. Then they ran down the hill and they're tightly bunched again now. Little excitement from the blesbok at the back there. Milo, thanks for the question. That's a good one. It's a good question. Do zebra stripes change as they get older? No, they won't. They'll stay the same. So remember, each zebra has its own unique stripe pattern. So similar to a human fingerprint, they'll have their own individual stripe pattern. That's just genetically theirs. It's not like they're going to inherit any type of stripe pattern from their mother or their father. And then as they grow, maybe those stripes might potentially grow, tend to grow a little bit broader, but it's not like the pattern itself will change. Everything might thicken out a little bit. In terms of color, when zebras are very small, the little foals aren't really black and white. They're more kind of like brownish and white. So there might be a slight change in the stripes, but not so much of the pattern itself. But that's an awesome question. Thank you. See, there's more blesbok, and then right at the top up there we've got a few wildebeest and kudu on the right hand side. Looks like a big female kudu. And then between those wildebeest and the kudu is a inyala, and on the right hand side that is a baby blesbok walking with the mother. Very pale. I mean, look how much this little blesbok is sticking out from its surroundings. Compared to the mother, very pale. Oh, cute little thing. Yeah, so similar to the zebra foal, this little blesbok calf will change color as it does get a little bit older. Yeah, quite confident to cruise along with Mom. I think it looks like they're potentially going to meet up with the rest of the herd. Yeah, it's a massive color difference between this small one and Mom. Incredible to see. So that's obviously going to darken out after quite a few months. You can see there's the rest of the herd relatively close by. Another little youngster in the herd. Crystal, the blesbok bob their heads for swag. It's just all for show for the other blesbok. No, they quite often it'll be for little botfly eggs and things like that in the nasal cavities. You know, quite often there'll be a small deposit of that, and by kind of going up and down with the head, kind of similar in a way that a zebra will walk. They just try and dislodge a few of those little eggs and things like that. I mean, when we talk about it as plain and simply as that, it sounds quite disgusting. But they manage to deal with it pretty effectively. Remember, things like oxpeckers will definitely help them out with that as well. See, we've got a few rhino coming to join the party as well. And just a nice kind of view here. I've zoomed out quite a bit here, and you can kind of get an idea of the dense Albany thicket behind these rhinos and the wildebeest, and that steep slope coming down here, so they're tucked right up against it. And you can see the color of that soil at the top there by the thicket. Quite reddish in color. I mean, maybe these rhinos have come from over the crest line. This is the first time this morning that I've seen them, and yeah, they may have potentially have been doing a little bit of mud wallowing and things like that yesterday. It was incredibly hot yesterday, so potentially they may have come from a bit of a mud wallow yesterday. That's why they're so dirty. So we were talking a little bit earlier about how tightly knit these zebra are together in terms of being a group, and there's a bit of interaction going on within the herd. Just as I was zooming down there, kind of just missed the end of it. But our stallion, our dominant male of this dazzle, Stompy, who's all the way on the left hand side there now, he's looking to mate with one of the females in the group there. That's why everybody's so tightly tucked against each other. I was having a closer look at the rhino, but I mean, the movement caught my attention. So yeah, I think that's what all the argy-bargy's about. So remember, for the zebras, the gestation's almost a year, almost exactly a year. So in terms of potential mating going on now between these zebras, that would mean that that little foal would be born around this time next year, which is a very good time of year to be born. You know, this is our rainy season, feeding's good, lots of green grasses. That's kind of what we expect to see at this time of the year from the zebra. Everybody's back and peaceful now. No, I'm just trying to think. I think that may have potentially been my first time seeing zebras mate as well, which is always incredible. You know, I think things like your big cats, your lions, your leopards, and your cheetahs, there's quite often a lot of focus on them, and even when you look at wildlife documentaries and things like that, you may see a bit of footage of lion mating and leopard mating, but zebras don't get the limelight as well. And very interesting to see how this whole group is staying together. Lots of kicking by the looks of it, as everybody moves around. Kind of just small, if you would call it in the boxing world, little jabs. It's not really a full-out kick or anything like that. So remember with the buffalo that we saw, when was that now? Sort of a week ago or so. We had that big herd, and there was that big dominant bull that was in the herd, and there was quite a process for him to be able to actually mate with the female. There was a whole courtship process of him resting his chin essentially on the bum of that female, and she would have to accept him. And pretty much on day one, he would get closer and try and get a bit of body contact between the two of them, and she would not allow that to happen. She'd walk away straight away. And then on day 2 and day 3, you saw her accepting him a little bit more, and then until eventually the whole mating process took place, which kind of took place after about 4 days of sort of courtship. So generally with zebra, the male is not really going to put his chin on the female's bum all too much, but there's going to be a lot of body contact between them. So the female will come into estrus for just short of a week, maybe around 4 or 5 days, and the male will kind of mate a few times over that period. So although we did see this male mounting the female now, it's really just a matter of time before he does give it a crack again. He wants to pass his bloodline on. He wants to ensure, obviously, that fertilization takes place. That's the sole sort of goal of what this male is wanting to do. And it'll be the same for all animals. So we'll stick around and have a look to see if we do get lucky with any mating again. In terms of for zebra, you'll quite often see the zebra pulling the male, sort of bearing his lips back, and you can see his teeth. That's more of a intimidation to other males, to show them, that he's a big male and that he's not going anywhere. Melissa, I'm glad that we could bring something as unique as zebras mating and all the rest of the other animals here to you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. But it's amazing what a lot of different animals go through in terms of the mating process. For pretty much all of these animals out here, mating is it's almost a rite of passage, if anything else. You've got to be the biggest male. You need to have established yourself, and it's purely for the passing on of their bloodlines. It's not sexual for, because it feels good or anything for any of these animals. It's all bloodlines. If you look at your cats, remember your lion, leopard, your cheetah, all of your males will have a barb on their penis. So that's supposed to help stimulate ovulation in the female. So the actual mating process is incredibly painful for females. But instinctively, they're driven to go have the whole courtship process and mate, and they will go through all of that. You look at something like a leopard. So in a female leopard's territory, it's sometimes possible that two different males may have the border of their territory in the middle of this female's territory. Okay, so she may come across two different male leopards in her territory. She will, to ensure the survival of her cubs, she will go and mate with both of those different males. So remember, for a leopard, the mating process lasts about 4 days. And because of that barb on the male's penis, like we talked about, it's painful for her. It's not a pleasurable process. But she will essentially then go and mate for 4 days with one male, and straight after that, go and seek out that other male and mate with him to ensure the survival of her cubs. She will go through 8 days of pain to ensure the survival of her cubs. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, these zebra that we're having a look at, the male doesn't have that same structure of having a barb, so it doesn't look like it's going to be as painful for the female. That's why if you think of the cats, the female often turns around and swats the male, hits the male. That's why there's that whole process. Sometimes with male zebras here, we talked about them, kind of flaring their lips back, and you can see their teeth, showing their teeth. Sometimes the male will kind of bite the female a little bit, almost to try and grab hold of her. But I mean, in terms of sort of pain, that's going to be the most that'll happen with zebra sort of courtships and things like that. But very, very interesting though. So when you're watching Wild Earth in 1 year's time coming from Kariega, and you do see a tiny little foal moving around, who knows? Maybe you witnessed the process of that little one coming to be. Amazing looking at the zebras kind of on the left-hand side that are facing us. How straight at the top of on the top of that ridge, there's a stripe going sort of from us to the bum of that zebra, and then from that there's stripes dropping down the side of the belly. Quite amazing to see. It's not like the stripes come from either side of the belly and kind of just meet at the top. Yes, they do come and meet at the top, but there's that main sort of stripe going down the length of the body. We had to be quick to see that. Let's have a look and see. Everybody's starting to move around again. So Stompie is right at the back there on the right hand side. Yeah, we've got another opportunity now to see that whole stripe pattern that I was talking about. Quite interesting having a look at it. This zebra closest to us on the right hand side, maybe it's just this angle, but it doesn't look like she's got that very bold stripe on the top of that ridgeline of her back there, going down the length of her body. She needs to turn a little bit for us to be 100% sure. But remember, we did say that stripes are unique to each zebra. But being close to the thicket that we were having a look at earlier, it's been amazing while we've been watching these zebras, just listening to a lot of the birds that are calling. You know, we did have that rain earlier, and now that it's stopped, all the birds are shouting. Yeah, there's Bokmakeries calling, greenback Cameropterus, somber greenbill. He's got that characteristic villy call. Narina trogons. Plenty of birds. While we listen to the birds calling in the background, we'll leave these zebras to talk about the birds and the bees together. We're going to take you across to Steve and see what he's up to.
We haven't missed much here in Madikwe, everyone. Our vultures are still umming and ahhing about whether it's time to descend on the carcass. Maybe they feel it's not ripe enough yet for them to descend. But we're getting rather bored of them. But I know that if we decide to suddenly move, it will all change. It will all change. So, how many vultures can we count? "33 that I can see. 33 vultures. And when we arrived here this morning, there was one on the ground and maybe 4 in the trees. So they definitely called their friends. But no one's quite yet decided it's time to feed. Nadine, well, we're not framing them all for you, so it would be difficult for you to see all of them. As good as Rian is at using the camera, getting all of them in one frame would be nearly impossible. They are favouring the tall, branched trees. Yeah, so Rian was obviously only able to go to a few that were visible to the camera. And I think there might even be a couple in the tree behind us. No, they were. They've moved. But it will change. It has to change. Not the number of vultures, that might change, but it's the perfect time of day for them to be able to get thermals and to leave if they wanted to, which means they want to be here. Starbuck, that is a great perch. They have definitely picked the right spot. But it's getting warm out there for them. They don't seem to be too fussed with temperature, vultures. You'll often find them like that one on the right. They just tuck their head up underneath them, and then a couple of them actually cover their head with their feathers. The feathers are very good at insulating, both keeping them from getting overly hot and also from getting overly cold. Hello, Ella, age 11. I've never heard of a vulture in the snow, but I think there used to be vultures in Europe. I'm not sure if there still are. whether they would have survived in the cold periods or whether they would have moved. So there is rewilding efforts in Europe for the griffon, the black, the Egyptian and bearded. And we know that Europe gets quite snowy, but that's in the winter months. So Spain is a stronghold hosting more than 90%. Oh, hang on everybody, are we ready for it? I wanted, oh no, they're going for the thermals. Are they? Come on, landing gear. Get your landing gear out. This typical behavior is one of accessing the thermals. Unfortunately, we have a roof on the car which will make getting this kettle of vultures going up very difficult. There is a channel of air rising just above the carcass, and these vultures have decided. They got a tweet from someone else saying there's something else down the way, and now they all look like they're starting to ascend. Very disappointing. Maybe they heard me say the word snow and they said, we're out of here. So there are vultures in Spain, France, Portugal, Croatia, Greece, Italy, Serbia, Bulgaria and Cyprus. But the majority of them are on the Iberian Peninsula, so I've spent some time there. They don't get snow there. But in the summer months, I reckon there could be vultures in the Alps, namely the bearded vulture. They're quite well adapted to dealing with cold temperatures. They can travel some distance, African samurai. They can go very short, but they can also cover a huge distance in search of food, a few hundred kilometers if need be, depending on their hunger state. But it seems like these guys have decided that they're done, and the kettle is forming, or the vortex. I like to call it a vortex of vultures. Very interesting behavior. There is meat on the floor and the vultures are going to go somewhere else. I don't quite know what to make of it. Now this you see if there was a carcass and the carcass got disturbed, and the vultures might start doing this to move off. But we've been sitting here, and we're quite some distance from the carcass and there's no disturbance. And they've just decided, nope, not going to do it. And in their flight, you notice there's almost no flapping of wings. They're catching a thermal that is being generated by the sun's heat off of the earth, causing a convection current of warm air to rise, and that warm air goes in a vortex or a spiral, and the vultures tap into that spiral. You've probably seen dust devils before. That's a very similar sort of thing, except that's picked up the dust. These vortexes or vortices are happening all the time when the temperatures are warm. It's basically the movement of air. As the sun is beating down on the land, it's got to go somewhere. It causes these currents to lift. And very quickly, vultures are very high in the sky, using that very large aspect ratio of their wings. Helen, it is good to see. I mean, I was questioning it yesterday, why we haven't seen any vultures on Madikwe, and now we've seen 33. Or if I was in Ireland, it would be 33. So many, which is very good to see. Only one species, though, which is of concern. I would have expected to see at least one more species with them. But the hooded vulture doesn't occur into this region. But the Magaliesberg is not too far away. You'd think there would be lappet-faced coming from there.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Dead wildebeest. Almost has a bit of a ring to it. Like that could be a name of a band, Rian. A heavy metal band called the Dead Wildebeest. Yeah. It would be a very interesting heavy metal band, and well, we're going to stay here and see if anything comes of this dead animal, and in the meantime let's send you back over to Alex on the Djuma Dam Cam.
Thanks, Steve. And we've joined our Impala, who have decided to hang out in the shade once again. And just really ruminating at the moment. The warthogs seem to have also disappeared into the wallow again. Too much else really going on. So, as I said, a little bit of rumination. Still lots of bird activity that is around. And the odd oxpecker on the impala rams. But what we will do is we'll have a little pan around. And while these guys enjoy the shade, we'll have a look to see if anyone else has come to join us. Obviously rather hot. The breeze, I'm sure, also helping them out at the moment. Just zooming out a little bit, we'll have a look down the drainage. Not too much happening there at the moment. Of course, we'll have to look in any of the other shady areas. See if nothing else has decided to also get out of the sun. Nothing really at the moment. So hornbill calling, but nothing really at the waterhole or at the wallow just yet. Nothing under the jackberry at the moment. But yeah, so we've had a really awesome escape to nature today. Of course, male lion, wildebeest carcass with lots of vulture activity with the crows. Very cool impala and warthog over here. Herons and birding being done across the locations as well. Nice egrets too. Some zebra. Really just an awesome time. But yes, we are currently here with myself, Alex, in Djuma. And we have been to Madikwe, Okakuyo and Kariga as well throughout the course of today's escape to nature. And really an awesome time to immerse ourselves with the wilderness. Just doing exactly that now, keeping tabs on what is going on, if anyone else has snuck through. Nice to add them to the list. It does look like a very hot day here. Of course, rather hot in Madikwe. A little bit of rain in Kariga earlier, and the clouds mostly in Okakuyo have burnt off now. I think it's a similar case here, so I'm sure getting rather warm and a nice breeze. And unfortunately, it looks like patience is going to be the order of the moment, or this hour. Some black-headed orioles calling as well, in amongst the Cape turtle doves. And I'm just coming back to our impala. So you're still held up under the shade, just outside of camp at Gari Dam. Looks like that could have been a little kingfisher. Perhaps did that. It does look like it's moved off. And a lovely big kudu bull that has come through to join us. Nice to tick one of them off. Nice little browse. Of course, we're going to try and get in quite close on him. Also, doing what the Inyala do, having muddy his horns. Little oxpecker on him as well. Of course, the reason why we think they do that is to kind of make those horns look a little bit more imposing. Those add obviously to the width and sometimes even to the length. So it's also not uncommon, in particular with the Inyala, to see them having done this, and also with vegetation, any of the overgrowth that might be around. Also on those horns. As I said, I thought that the reason for them doing it these bulls is to make their horns look a little bit more imposing and really exquisite. Kudu bulls really are awesome and really are pretty. Try to get as close as possible on him as we can. Sounds like a little tree squirrel as well. Having a chirp there. So you'll notice obviously how big their ears are. Nadine across in MC saying that she's never noticed how pink their ears are. And it's actually quite awesome now that we are so close and zoomed in on him, being able to see that. Of course, lots of blood vessels that are in there. They really do have very good hearing as well. So one of the core senses for them being that excellent hearing. But quite cool just being able to obviously see just the different blood vessels and that. Perhaps being a little bit pinker because it is quite warm. Going to get into a little, there we go, little browse. So a lovely kudu bull that is in frame at the moment. Massive horns on him. Although they do get a bit bigger than this. And he's effectively really on his third curl. So kind of getting to the peak of maturity. Getting onto that fourth, I suppose. And when we are looking at kind of, at least the gauges really on kudu horns, it's also, we look at the spread. And generally wider than the ears is where we go, and obviously then on length. But, nonetheless, very impressive kudu bull anyway. Lovely to spend some time with him. Great just to notice those markings on his face too. Looks like he's got some white lipstick on. Quite clearly that spiraled horned kind of war paint that they do all have as well on their faces. And Yala, kudu, bushbuck as well. Bongo, Setatunga. Even Yeland to some degree, but very, very regal. So it can take up to around 7 years or so for a kudu bull to mature. As obviously for his horns to get into really full length. Just zoom out a little bit because it's quite cool just to obviously get a gauge of his kind of whole back and body. So those lovely stripes on his coat too, helping obviously just to break up. So if they are in the shade, they obviously do spend a lot of their time in vegetation and the thicker areas, and that kind of does break up their shape as well, so adding to their ability to kind of hide away and disappear in thickets. And a very big body size. So we're going to try and keep on him for as long as possible. And yes, of course, a couple of oxpeckers on the kudu bull, a couple on his stomach, one or two on his neck, very big neck as well. Are very strong antelope. Very good at jumping as well. So just bear with me for a second. I'm hoping he doesn't disappear. He's going to go behind the tree, but from the looks of things, he will pop out on the other side. And I suppose we'll just have to have a look here. Otherwise, he's going to venture off into the thickets there, and we will have lost him. So I'm hoping that we will get a view of him. I'm hoping he does come this way. So we're going to try and see if patience will pay off for us. See if the kudu bull doesn't come through here. But thinking is that he more than likely went into the thicket, just up here behind the tree. So that does mean that unfortunately we'll lose him. And we'll give it a little bit of more time, otherwise we'll zoom back out and kind of go back to the other side of the tree, the trunk at least anyway, and see if he hasn't decided to come back down that way. Hi Amy, and Amy is 7, and Amy has a fantastic question wanting to know if all animals or antelope have pink ears. Now, it's something I do have to think about, but to some degree I want to kind of say yes, they do. I'm trying to think of an antelope that might have kind of that different color with inside the ear, but to me and from memory, I think maybe perhaps wildebeest don't. I do want to get back to you though, Amy. I want to have a look at one or two, but at least from memory and from thought, I think that the majority of antelope do have pink ears. I'm just going to apply my mind to that. There's some blue wax bills that are calling. But of course, Amy with a very cool question there. And of course, Amy being part of the younger generation, and the younger generation heading back to school or having done so already. And just so all of you that have tuned in, of course, from tomorrow, the 23rd to the 27th of January, so this week, Wild Earth is doing back to school. So we're looking forward to any of the schools to come and partake in this with us. And we invite classes from schools worldwide to join us for the first hour of the Sunset Safari on any day of this next week. So also if you are a teacher, or if you know of any teachers, please do head them over to wildearth.tv/kids. Of course, we'd love to get the younger generation involved and keen on the natural world. Obviously, they are the next custodians to take over from us. So do make sure that we do get them up to speed as well. But with regards to Amy's question and wanting to know about antelope with pink inner ears, and I think the majority of them do all have pink inner ears. Of course, if they have been dust bathing or the rest, that might not look too pink. But at least from memory and from what I can think off the top of my head, that is the case, that they do have pink ears on the inside at least. So obviously no hairs really inside there. Obviously a little bit of a bush every now and then, that kind of like brushy bit almost on the earlobey parts, but within at least the inner ear, that being pink and obviously without hair. And of course, that is when we are looking down the ear kind of cavity. So just that inner inside of that ear. Woodlands kingfisher as well calling in the distance. A Cape turtle dove. So a quiet moment here in Juma at the moment. We're just going to have a little scan around, perhaps pick up on where the Egyptian geese are. They were at the water's edge earlier. Just going to slow down our scanning speed. But the kudu giving us the run. And of course those impala rams also moving off. So we'll just have to have a little look-see. And we actually have hardy-dar. So nice to see a hardy-dar. Santon pterodactyl, of course, unmistakable call that they do have. And if you've ever had one calling within a room or in a confined area that you're in or trying to sleep in, you will know all about it. That is guaranteed. Pretty sure they have been known to wake the dead at some point. So quite cool, just to touch base with one of these hardy-dars. But it's time for us to head over back to Steve and see what's going on with regards to the wildebeest and the vultures that are present on that carcass.
No changes this side. No more vultures have returned. The only thing we can report is that the temperature has gone up substantially, and maybe the vultures decided to go somewhere a little bit more comfortable. But we still got our 7 strong and determined vultures that probably are the ones that had eaten before, although I only remember counting 4. When we got here. Andre, first of all, an animal that dies of a snake bite gets venom inside the system. It's not poison. Venom is something that can be ingested. So you could actually take snake venom and drink it as long as you don't have a sore in your mouth or a sore in your stomach. It doesn't affect the body unless it gets into the bloodstream or the lymphatic system and circulates through the body. It's protein based, so very likely would be digested. So an animal that dies of snake bite, that venom wouldn't affect anything that I'm aware of. Poison is a different story. If an animal is poisoned, then yes, that poison will be transferred to the animals eating it. That's one of the biggest issues we have with vulture conservation at the moment, is vulture poisonings that are happening all across the Kruger, all across the northwest, whereby people are poisoning guinea fowl or poisoning corn. Then guinea fowl feed on the corn, they die, the vultures descend, and then the vultures die as well. And a lot of that has got to do with the medicinal plant or the medicinal muti trade. So it's very, very sad. Very, very sad to see. So secondary poisonings in that regard, most certainly. But scorpion venom, snake, spider venom, it won't affect something if they eat it, as far as I'm aware. Unless, as I say, you've got some form of injury and it gets into the blood. And vultures seem to be quite strong against most diseases. So if there was a disease that killed this individual, they tend to be carriers of disease on their bodies. They wash themselves, and then that disease can be transferred from one water source or from here to a water source and then being picked up by another animal. poison is another story altogether. But a good question. Good question. I know in the FGASA exams they always used to love that one question. What's wrong with the following sentence? Your guest was bitten by a poisonous scorpion. First of all, scorpions sting and don't bite, and second of all, they don't have poison, they have venom. So, venom's primary objective is to start decomposing an animal or organism from the inside. Spiders sort of ingest an animal, they drink it up once the venom's done its work. Snakes do the same. They don't have teeth, you see, for breaking things down, so the venom essentially goes into the breakdown of the animal's body, so that while in the stomach, the venom is also breaking the animal down as well, and being protein-based, it's often then reabsorbed to a degree. We've only seen a couple snakes, Rian? Striped-bellied sand snake. Surprised in the temperatures we've been experiencing, we haven't seen more reptiles. Hello Jordan, welcome back from your break. I hope you had a lovely lunch. The ladies in MC think they can fool us with the changes in voices. Francis wants to know, how can you tell if an animal is poisonous or venomous? That's a very good question, Francis. And it's hard for me to tell you exactly if an animal is poisonous or venomous. But what animals or organisms do is they indicate some form of danger. Now, that danger is contrasting colors. We call it aposematic coloration, so bright oranges and yellows on contrast with black, or red, is often a very good indication that there's something dangerous about that animal. Whether it's poisonous or venomous doesn't really matter. You want to stay away from it. Basically, aposematic means stay away from me color, and that is for diurnal or color vision organisms. The black on red or red on black or yellow on black. It's very easy to see and to identify. The blister beetle, the black button spider, or the black violin spider, many people know of. Very obvious to see. Some centipedes have got that very red legs with a dark body. And then if you happen to be a nocturnal organism that you see black and white, then white on black is a very good aposematic coloration. And that doesn't always indicate poison or venom, but it indicates some form of defense. The porcupine, for example, don't come for me, these sharp things will hurt you. Or the mustelids, the honey badger, the genet, the civet, they're indicating foul-tasting, foul-smelling glands. And like the skunk, for example, they're indicating things that they can do to really mess up your smell for a period of time. But doesn't mean that they're poisonous or venomous. It just means leave me alone. So the banded rubber tree frog is black and red, and that's incredibly poisonous, even to touch. So generally please don't hit us. There's a dust devil that's coming our way. Don't hit us, please. A little, what do you call it in the rest of the world? We call these dust devils. That is the thermals we're talking about. So if you ever do encounter, look at that, picking up all that dust now. If you ever do encounter or come across an organism that has got contrasting colors, leave it alone. You've been warned. Not just by me, but by the organism. Now, the monarch butterfly is black and orange with a bit of white. And the monarch butterfly caterpillar feeds on the milkweed plant, which gives it poisonous taste. So the adult is poisonous, the monarch butterfly, to be eaten. Now, whether that poison would kill an animal or a bird immediately is debatable. It might be very foul when it tastes and it realizes, oh, I'm going to leave that alone. But nature is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And we come up with a term known as mimicry, and a term known specifically as Batesian mimicry, which is whereby 25% of a population mimics another species. And we get the diadem butterfly, where 50% of the female population looks like the African monarch butterfly. The male doesn't look like it at all, and 25% or 50% of the female population looks like a normal diadem. And that is because if 100% of the diadem looked like the monarch, birds would end up getting 50% monarch, 50% non-monarch, and learning that, hang on, actually I've got a 50% chance that this butterfly isn't actually poisonous, and so they might go for it more regularly. But because it's reduced to only 25% of the population, that there's a far higher chance that the one that looks like the monarch, including the monarch, is actually poisonous, that those birds learn by association, leave that butterfly alone. If that makes sense. So that's specifically known as Batesian mimicry, obviously named after some behavioral ecologist, or by the name of Bates, I would assume. But that is a very good indication of toxicity, venom, poisonous. Be aware. Be very aware. A lot of the poisonous mushrooms are very contrasting, red with white, the Amanita muscara. And a lot of mushrooms in general are quite poisonous. You'll only try some of them once. So anything that's contrasting, I know that we're able to grow things, and there's a lot of things that humans consume now, but if you find anything in the wild that is very contrasting in color, rather just leave it alone. But how do you test it if you want to eat it? It's a good question. Very, very good question. I can run through a scenario with you. Obviously, you're not going to do that with an animal, but plants, you'll take a piece of the plant, you break the leaf, and if there's a milky latex, leave it alone. Don't even try. Don't even try eat any of the plant. Now, if there's no milky latex, take that vegetative plant part that you'd like to eat and rub it on some of your tough skin, so the outside of your arm, for example, where it's hairy and gets the sun and it's quite tough skin. And if it doesn't cause a rash or a welt or doesn't burn you, okay, let's try the inside of your arm now, around by your wrist. And if it still doesn't injure you in any way there, dab your tongue against it. If it's bitter, leave it alone. If it's not bitter, you can consume a little bit, but bear in mind your body's not used to eating that substance, so eat it very sparingly. And give it a few hours to see if in fact you do get sick or not before consuming any more. I hope that's helpful. I hope that's given you good understanding. The blister beetle, for example, is yellow with black spots, and they're filled with a substance called cantharidin. And if they land on your skin and you knock them off your skin, which is what you do when an insect lands on you, they will release this substance onto your skin. It will cause your skin to blister and to welt. To blister and to welt, and the worst thing you can do to that exposed, welting, blistering skin, it's not painful, is to try and pop it. It's just going to spread. So if you ever do get a blister beetle on you, I've seen quite bad cases of it. I've had a few on myself before. The best thing you can do is to go to some really clean running water and then pop it under the running water and wash it thoroughly, and it'll spread everything off and get it off of your skin, and you might have a bit of a loose patch of skin for a while, but that's the best thing to do. But that is the defense mechanism, and birds and organisms that feed on colorful insect learn, hang on, I'm not going to eat that. It's contrasting colors. Bear in mind, these contrasting colors serve as dazzling effects as well, not always toxicity or danger, and they can also serve as camouflage. So take your pick.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
So Alex uses Prep shaving cream straight on to his blister beetle blisters. Interesting. I haven't had the patience for that. I've just popped them under running water and then allowed the water to cleanse it off, and then I've just walked around with a really weird looking mark on my body for some time. It's been a while, but I must warn you though, or I must tell you that it's worked for me. Every time I see a blister beetle, I move very quickly. And they're quite obvious when they're flying. Their carapace is open, their wings are open as they fly, and they sort of have this like this helicopter coming in, like a rooivalk or an Apache coming in. You can see it. Oh, comes in slowly. You can see the black and the yellow, and you do the dodge and the weave, and you move very quickly so as not to be affected. Have you seen one before? I shall show you if you have not. At the blister beetle. And if you ingest one, you get a drop of that blister beetle into your digestive system, and you could die because it will blister into your throat, and it could prevent you from breathing. So very important to be cognizant of poisonous appearing things, and don't try and test it. I sent a video yesterday about why men don't live as long as women, about these guys in Australia who were checking this electric fence. And the one guy touched it by mistake and got shocked, and his friends was like, there's no way, you're just soft, I'm going to try it. And he got shocked, and then they just kept doing it because, well, they're guys. So don't be that. Don't think that because you've heard it's poisonous that you want to check it out and see how it can affect you. Well, that is where the Darwin wards were invented, were for people doing ridiculous things against sort of their own common sense. Brandy does. There's a number of different mimicry elements out there. One of the most obvious and easily recognized is baby cheetahs seem to resemble honey badgers when they're young. The way their fur grows and the white on the back, that sort of stands up. And any sort of predator who's encountered a honey badger will learn to stay away. Now, how mimicry works is it doesn't always work for the individual. So say this honey badger runs in front of a male lion, and it's the first time in the male lion's life it's ever seen this honey badger. He's going to go for it, and he might kill it. The effort's going to be difficult, and the outcome is probably going to be quite difficult for either party concerned, but he hasn't learned yet that that is a bad thing to do. It's the same as certain birds eating a poisonous butterfly. For the first time they eat it, they don't know it was poisonous. They learn through association. So mimicry doesn't always work for you the first time. You hope that that individual predator has seen the likes of you before, and so like with me, with the blister beetles, when I see them, I now step back because I'm now vigilant to what that thing has the potential to do. So young cheetahs resemble honey badgers. I think as well that white-tailed mongoose have the potential to mimic that of a honey badger as well in the way they use their tail and their body. It just takes a moment of doubt for a predator to lose its ability to catch something, a moment of hesitation. Something that warthogs do very, very well is that they mimic tusks with those stripes on the side of their face, the stripes of fur, which grow quite quickly. And a predator, namely a cheetah, could see that and immediately go, hang on, that animal's got tusks, I'm going to avoid it. And that moment of hesitation can give that warthog opportunity to run away when he actually doesn't. It actually doesn't yet have tusks that have come out. But it's that moment of doubt, because that predator has encountered warthogs with tusks before, that it thinks better of it. So I'm trying to think of other examples of mammals that mimic. I'm sure there are a few. Why don't you, ladies and gentlemen watching the show, send through a couple of comments about mammals that you know of that mimic. Help me out. Rian, you got any? You've got quite a lot of ocean ones, I'm sure. The octopus, eh? The octopus has got, the squid octopus has got incredible amounts of mimicry ability. But they're an organism all unto themselves. And we've got a vulture descending. Doom, doom, doom. Play the theme tune. Is he going to descend or is he going to land in the tree? Oh, he's going to go land in the tree and chat to his buddies. Hey, what's going on over here? What's happening? Guys just hanging out? Just hanging out. Trumpetfish. Winnie, you'd like to know the lifespan of a vulture? Probably between 10 and 15 years. I'm not 100% certain. Just checking now, and I found some information that the Egyptian vultures lived for 37 years. That's incredible. Possibly in captivity, though. Nature is a hard place to be. Okay, we're going to do some research, see if maybe some of you out there are going to send through some mammal mimics, and we're going to send you over to Ukukuyu with Alex.
Thanks, Stephen. Yes, we've come across to Okakuyo now, and the cloud cover has basically burnt off. Very cool, because it really has given us a wonderful perspective. So I've just zoomed out for everyone. Nicer to see how with the sunlight that green really is popping. The wind has also died down a bit, so there's a nice kind of glassy look to the waterhole at the moment. And I think we still have a few springbok off in the distance. We'll just have to have a look. Otherwise, pick up on any of the bird audio that is around. There were some of the yellow-billed egrets around earlier. It did look like something spooked them and they flew off. So we'll just have to wait and see. Our springbok all kind of were here along a distant tree line. It looks like there's a couple of them still off in the distance. So quite clearly that is the case. But I think as it does start to get hotter, and with the sun now coming out, probably will also start to head to shade. They do that, obviously conserve resources and energy. There's one actually lying down on the left. And then actually being far more active in terms of their grazing and feeding routine early on hours in the morning. So when it's cooler, obviously then, and obviously later on into the afternoon and evening. We're taking advantage of those cooler parts of the day. One obviously just sitting here, lying down, and then 1, 2, 3 further off in the distance. So good to know that they are dotted amongst, or throughout really, the landscape here. They are the most common or prevalent of the antelope here in Okakuyo. Zebra coming in at second, although the majority of the zebra have now migrated eastwards from here. It's a peaceful little scene. Kind of looks like a concrete meadow at the moment. Hi Helen, and Helen asking quite an interesting question, and I suppose let us come out, we can always come back and zoom in on our springbok, but just to give people perspective again on what Helen's question is. So Helen wanting to know where you would hide if you were stuck out here in Natasha overnight. Now Helen, if I was stuck out here overnight, I would probably look to get into one of those thickets, or perhaps climb one of these Camille Doring worms. So camel thorn, and that would be an interesting task to undertake as well. So for me, possibly try to find some shelter within a thicket, or bracing myself to climb up a camel thorn tree such as this. Of course, if there were any other bigger trees around in the area that didn't have any thorns on them, that would probably be the next best one. But would probably be the best way to get away. If you were stuck and rather remote, of course, if you had the ability to make fire, that would also help you out. Nice to have the springbok right close to us too. So I'm hoping that the springbok does get a bit closer to us. Nice to have them throughout the landscape at the moment. Little green meadow dotted with concrete stones at the moment. Kind of in the dry season it is the opposite way around, where it's really just a concrete expanse. It's very cool to see all the vegetation nonetheless. And the cicadas starting to get into the swing of things, and that really can be quite jarring, and they really do take over. But cool nonetheless. Of course, very interesting life cycles with cicadas. Some cicadas in the world, as I say, so some cicadas in the world can actually be dormant and live underground for around 33 odd years before then coming out. So they live in that dormant kind of nymph state and then come out. But some in certain areas up to 7 years. Obviously different subspecies or different species of them having different life cycles and that as well. Just interesting things. Of course, using those back legs really at the moment to really get that sound going, and you'll hear them across the different locations, generally at the heat of the day as it starts to get really hot, middle of the day. Of course, we do hear them at night too, generally in the summer months. So just enjoying that springbok that is kind of to the south of the Okakuya waterhole at the moment. Some of those cicadas that are present in the area really showing us what they can get up to. And otherwise, just taking it all in. A couple of birds still going off. Otherwise, peaceful scenes. further springbok just off there in the thicket. Emerald spotted wood dove as well calling. Really quite cool with the sun out right now. That's highlighting the green that has come through. So rather pretty, and awesome just to have the springbok milling about too. So really peaceful, just sitting here, sitting back, enjoying the springbok that have decided to show themselves. Of course, a little far away, but we won't complain. Nice to have the springbok around with us as well, and just really listening to the bird chorus that is going on at the moment. So it's been an interesting escape to nature this Sunday. We've had male lions, of course. Steve has also had his wildebeest carcass with lots of vulture activity, the pied crows as well. Here in Okakuyo, we have had the springbok mostly at a distance. Of course, the egrets and lovely bird audio. Across in Djuma, a lovely kudu bull, and the impala and warthog down in Kariega. Good birding, some rain, and of course the zebra that were present with Nick too. So the clouds burning off both here, Djuma, and very hot in Madikwe. Of course raining in Kariega at the moment as well. So very cool. But nice to just immerse ourselves with all the different sounds. Of course, there's cicadas as well coming through right now, and that is that jarring sound that you'll hear. And it is part of the season and part of life, so something that all of us have to kind of get used to. And we are in the bush, and in particular in the hotter months now, like this, summer, that is a very big sound. But yeah, with that going on, these cicadas are rather close to the mic, so let us go and have a look and see what's going on in Djuma. See if anyone else has come through. So we've obviously left Okakuyo for the moment. A lovely green, splattered throughout with springbok. Of course, lovely bird vocals there too. And here in Djuma, a rather warm day. Clouds moving off. And we're going to have a little scan around. There was a hardy-dar around when we were last here. Obviously, I'm sure it has moved off. And with it being rather warm, I think our warthog family has gone back towards the wallow, so we unfortunately won't be able to see them. And a good idea just to check the drainage line anyway, because that could change very quickly and the water could pop out. We did have an elephant here yesterday. Maybe an elephant wanting to come through and join us as well at some point. Perhaps even get into some swimming. Again, just having a little scan through, otherwise we'll just have to sit with some patience. Kind of watch the thicket line to see if anything is moving in there. Bird of prey calling there. Waikisha, thanks very much for your comments. Waikisha saying they love nature, and it is awesome just to get out and really immerse ourselves in the wilderness. Of course, we've been in a number of different locations today, and really cool to be able to see what goes on and the difference really between all the locations and the vegetation and such that is there. But at the moment, there's a blacksmith lapwing. I think it'll still be there when we come back. I'm just going to still have a little look down, kind of open clearing that is here. See if nothing else has come through to join us. Otherwise, we'll go and see what the terrapins and the blacksmith lapwing are up to. Looks like the lapwings also decided to head off. No, it still is there. I'm going to look to see if perhaps there isn't one of the water monitors. There's an area that it does come out to and sunbathe itself. Of course, you can see just that heat waves emanating out there. Quite clearly a very warm day here in Djuma. And I can't seem to see that water monitor either. So we'll come back out and we'll zoom in on the blacksmith lapwing. See if the terrapins also don't decide to come through and pop their heads out. Two of them there already. Otherwise, we'll keep our ears peeled to the ground, as they say, and perhaps we will hear something approaching that we can then focus on from there. But quite cool just to see some different life. These terrapins, of course, the blacksmith lapwing. And if anyone has ever picked up a terrapin, you will know they do give off a rather foul smell. And it does take a number of times washing your fingers or hands after that to get that smell off your skin. The Hadida are still around in the area. And quite cool just to watch the terrapins as they move around like that. Hi Mandy, I would think it's got to do with a defense mechanism. Of course, not wanting to be touched or played with by us or any other predator that, or something that might think of it as a food item, and then releasing that rather foul smell. And as I said, it takes a number of times to get that smell off your hands. Very many washes indeed. Much like pythons as well. If anyone's about to play with any of the pythons or get them off of anything, they do also release a very foul odor and smell that kind of secretes out of their skins. So stories of at least when pythons have taken domesticated dogs or other dogs, people's pets, And they've tried to remove them from those dogs, obviously being constrictors, and obviously getting them off of those animals, and then having that smell, or even removing them from areas where perhaps they shouldn't be, and they do secrete and have that really horrific odor that does come out of their skins, and also it takes forever to get that smell off of you. Really not nice and pleasant, that is for sure. So part and parcel with a defense mechanism.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
So we are here with the blacksmith lapwing, and of course we are watching these terrapins. I'm unsure which one they are, but this is either the helmeted or marsh terrapin, or either the serrated hinged terrapin. Both are predators, both do take invertebrates and the rest as well, known to even take ticks off animals that might be wallowing, and even to predate on doves and other birds. So little chicks and that would be around too. So just interesting to note, but I'm not too sure which one this is. It's normally thought that the marsh or helmeted terrapin are more found in water sources or bodies where there aren't crocodiles present, generally because the shells or the plastron is far softer, so they do become crocodile prey than themselves. And those serrated hinge terrapins with a far harder shell being found than in water bodies that then would have crocodiles in that. Not to say that they necessarily wouldn't, but the softer helmeted terrapin generally not found where crocodiles are present. So it's been quite cool sitting here watching the terrapins, and obviously with that blacksmith lapwing. But it's off to Madikwe. Let us go and see what is going on that side.
What is going on here, apart from a bit of sweating? There is a little bit of air movement, which has been probably a saving grace for us today. But we've had a herd of zebra that moved through pace by pace through this open clearing, very tentative of all the shady areas, because, you know, when they find a dead animal like this, they also assume there could be a lion or pride of lions nearby. And so slowly making their way out, I suppose, to water. But they took the longest time to walk through this clearing. And well, when your life depends on it, it is, or does pay to be a little bit tentative or cautious. So we haven't really been able to think of many more mammalian mimics, but you know, there's lots of mimics in nature. There's an ant mimicking spider that lives in ant colonies. And if you know anything about ants are all about pheromones. And this spider actually develops or picks up the pheromones of the ants because it mimics them. It actually pretends to have 6 legs and it runs around like them. And then just like Gollum out of The Lord of the Rings, he just snacks an ant at a time whenever he feels like it. And no one ever gives him a hard time because he smells like the colony. So that is a very interesting behavior of a spider that's evolved to predate on ants. If it didn't pick up the pheromones, the ants would feed on him and destroy him very quickly. There's also the term Mullerian mimicry, which is different from Brutesian, named after a German gentleman by the name of Muller, whereby 2 organisms that are very similar in their design, for example, a skunk and a honey badger, or a striped polecat and honey badger, both of them are quite distasteful, both of them are quite difficult. So the defense that comes from each of them might not be exactly the same, but it makes it difficult for the predator, be it the honey badger being aggressive, be it the polecat being quite smelly and quite disgusting. It benefits both species because if, in the case of a predator coming along and seeing one of them, he will associate the other one as well when he sees it. Even if he's never encountered a striped polecat, he will associate it with the honey badger and vice versa. So that works very, very well in nature. And it's why we get lots of animals that also mimic those individual types to try and fall under the banner of Mullerian mimicry. It's quite helpful. Obviously, the insect world has got abundance of mimics with regards to their camouflage and how they can blend in. The stick insect, for example. The lunar moths with their massive eyes can have this sort of frightening effect that's given to a predator. And the examples can just go on and on. Obviously, sitting out here in the sun, the mind starts getting a little bit tired of all of the thinking. But we shall endeavour to try and find some more. Billy, no, I don't think so. The leopard and the cheetah, their spots have evolved from a need for camouflage. And, I've noticed that predators, or should I say general game, pick up on a cheetah versus a leopard from a distance. So they know by the shape that that's not a leopard, that's a cheetah, and they behave accordingly. The cheetah's mimicry of a honey badger as a youngster is a very necessary one, and it seems to work very, very well, because no one likes to mess with a honey badger. But the cheetah and leopard probably just evolved from a very similar need for camouflage. The serval has got a very similar camouflage. We call it disruptive camouflage, and it is just one of the best forms of concealment. So it's not necessarily trying to be the other one. It's just the way that you fit in, the best way to fit in. The more camouflaged or disruptive your markings are, the better concealed you are, and the better chance you are of surviving and then passing on that successful gene. Dixie, mimicry and camouflage, I suppose mimicking is taking on the traits of another organism, whereas camouflage is blending in with the environment. I suppose it's in the definition, right? Mimic is to pretend to be something that you're not, and camouflage is to disappear and blend in, whether it's into the crowd or into the vegetation. So I think that's the main object, is that the mimicry is most certainly pretending to be another organism, whereas camouflage is the environment, whether it be the ground, the tree, the vegetation you find yourself in, the ocean floor. Frogs' eggs are white underneath and black on top, and so they are camouflaging themselves. From the top they look like the bottom of the water, and from the bottom they look like the sky. So that's a nice concealment effort that is there to avoid predation, to help them disappear. Many of our birds will have camouflaged eggs lying out here in these open areas that you would not see. It would be impossible to see them unless you had great eyesight, and it's because of the disruptive camo that they have on them. But false eyes, false heads, things like that would be mimicry to a degree. But any disruptive camouflage or markings designed for concealment would fall under the banner of camouflage. And camouflage is the oldest form of predator defense. Mimicry would have come in much later in life, much later, when some organisms decided to pretend to be other things because it was beneficial. For example, my two examples I like to talk about, and I've never read anything about it anywhere, but you get the fork-tailed drongo and you get the fiscal shrike, or the common fiscal. Both of them are voracious predators, and they chase things, they kill other birds. They are very aggressive birds. Now, you just have to jump into the wilderness and suddenly find a black flycatcher, southern black flycatcher, which looks just like a fork-tailed drongo if you look at first glance, and a fiscal flycatcher, which looks just like a common fiscal at first glance. But when you look more closely, you notice they're not as robust, they're not as physical, they don't have as strong a beak. But at first glance, if one of those birds flies in, all the other birds in the area move and give way. So those two birds, the common fiscal and the fiscal flycatcher and the southern black flycatcher, have basically moved into a Müllerian situation whereby they're pretending to be a bird that's got status and stature, so as to most likely capitalize on a food resource, or to be left alone and not be bothered. Oh, I'm not going to bother him. Honey badger of the sky, how dare I do that? I would just rather go and challenge somebody else. So mimicry helps in concealing one behind another organism's abilities, and also in saving energy in that regard. The other organism has, through its behavior, shown you it's distasteful or difficult to eat, and that, oh, that was a fly in the mouth. I think I swallowed it. Excuse me. Just going to need a drink of water. One of the downsides of working out here and talking a fair amount is the open channel. Anyway, I think I swallowed it whole. So, camouflage, the oldest form of predator defense, and mimicry would have evolved much, much later as a form of animal organisms surviving. And when we move on from camouflage, what is the next? Predator avoidance. It's to run and then stand very still, with a flashing sort of colour, like the Turacos do, or the kudu or the bushbuck with their tail, and then suddenly they disappear with camouflage. It works very, very well. Rather than running and running and running and running the entire time, it gets very, very tiresome running the whole time. And so anything, and we started this morning's drive with energy conservation and how our male lion was not going to go anywhere because of the amount of energy it would require. And these birds are spending a lot of time just sitting because, well, they don't want to spend any energy. It's hot. They probably have fed because we got here a bit late and some of the birds had fed, so there's no point in them going anywhere. They're just going to fly somewhere to land to digest some more. So everything in nature, everything that happens is all about energy conservation. And that energy all derives from the transference of the sun's energy through plants and nutrients of the soil into usable energy, which is then transferred through the different trophic levels until it's once again released as energy through gases or defecation and decomposition back into the soil. Deep breath in and imagine what it must be like to be those white-backed vultures standing there in the open, exposed to the sun, concealing their heads. What powerful legs they must have to perch like that for hours. And why not perch on the floor? Why in the tree where it's difficult to hold on? Well, again, it's about survival. Being on the floor, they can't really rest. They'll be constantly vigilant, and that costs energy. And our jackal, who's going to maybe come out into the sunshine, has been conserving its energy as well in the shade. Panting away to cool. We arrived, it was on this wildebeest. but it's considering whether walking out into this open area is really worth it right now to feed in the heat that is just emanating off of the ground. And well, I think it's already got quite a full belly. So the black-backed jackal is deciding to move across the open area in the sunshine. We've been hoping to catch up with a jackal den in this area. We haven't really had much luck. An area called Drongo Hotspot that we've enjoyed a few sightings at. And when we first came here, we found a pair of jackal sort of sheltering under a tree nearby, and they moved off and then came back again, moved off and came back. So we had the assumption that there was potentially a den here. But we've come back again with our wildebeest carcass, and well, I think the main reason the jackal is here is because of the carcass. But we don't know. There could be something else. There could be a den nearby. We've only seen the one jackal, so you never know. Rachel, yes, they prefer dead trees because it's easier to get themselves out when the need arises. Too many branches in the way make it very difficult for a vulture to fly. And so dead trees are their choice. They don't only use dead trees, they will sometimes use substantial big trees, but dead trees are definitely their choice. And our male wildebeest here is making his way back to the scene. A moment ago I saw him with a young wildebeest who, if you're just joining us, is potentially the lost calf of this dead female wildebeest out here in the open. And the wildebeest calf is very keen for this adult to show it the way. It is very lost and forlorn without what we can only assume to be its mother. It's come a couple of times to investigate the carcass and even to sort of tentatively chase the vultures away, which is why they haven't descended, I think. They feel like this young wildebeest calf is some predator. Okay, so we're probably going to move on from our carcass shortly, and in the meantime we'll send you over to Alex on the German dam cam.
Alrighty, so we are here back in Djuma, and quite clearly we have a number of friends that have come through to play for us. So the patience did work, and obviously it has come through in dividends for us right now. So probably last year's calf that is here, with this wildebeest cow as well. Obviously getting a bit dark when they are born. They are that fawn color, and they do blend in very well with their surroundings. So kind of that grassy fawn, tawny color. Obviously far smaller than this little wildebeest right now. just quite cool. I just want to have a little scan around. There were a few more. I just want to see where the majority of them are. And then we can come and sit with them all. Here we go. I think having a quick drink at Gari Dam. And then coming up, there were also a number of impala that had also come through. So, while we do have the wildebeest present, of course, somewhat different to see and spend time with, we shall do exactly that. Spend some time with the wildebeest. So, really rather awesome. I think they'll probably try and move towards the shade. These being the brindled gnu. You can see those brindle markings on them. Really quite cool. Little udders on this one. And this actually is, in fact, this season's calf. It's actually just grown substantially. So it's roughly around, I would think, around 2 months old. Still with a little bit of that tawny coloration as well. But, you can also see smother right here. Of course, udders right out. Also really good condition on all of these wildebeest. So we'll spend a moment here, hoping that the rest do also come through. And I'm sure they're going to try and move towards the shade. So just quite cool watching this. So yeah, at around 2 months of age, they do take on that adult coloration. So you can see this one here, moving from that kind of tawny coloration that I did mention, obviously, when they are born. Getting that in. So just kind of losing the last of that tawny coloration and now taking on that adult coloring. These are the brindled gnus. So different to the white bearded gnus that we get up in East Africa. You get both eastern and western white bearded, and they are obviously the ones that migrate in the rather large numbers. Hi, Preston. Thanks for your question. It's a very good one. So initially, obviously, they will come out and they are that tawny color, and it's primarily to do with camouflage. So they do then kind of form those young little creches and hiding in and amongst the grass like this while the adults do feed. They obviously blend in, and that then does help. So that camouflage that they have then for that first 2 months, obviously it takes 2 months, and then they start to get into this dark coloration like this one. So this one kind of in the morph right now. You can actually zoom in on it and you'll see the legs and what I'm talking about. It's a scrub robin that's calling as well. But that tawny kind of the stockings on it right there. So that is the color when they are born for the first 2 months. That aids in, obviously staying out of sight, being camouflaged. Obviously camouflage being a very big and important part of remaining and getting through to adulthood. Then they kind of stick with their mothers for around 8 months after that, before they either obviously hang within that herd, that natal herd of theirs, or they start to form smaller little juvenile groups. Or groups they might move off into little bachelor herds or split or so as well. So the gestation of the wildebeest anywhere is around 8.5 months. And that then, obviously, then kind of drop their calves quite similar actually to the impala at around December once the rains start to fall. They are obviously very closely related to impala. They do share a common ancestor. Wildebeest is in fact the closest relative of an impala. Of course, 5 subspecies within the blue wildebeest, or this brindled gnu plains wildebeest subspecies, and of course obviously very closely related then to the black wildebeest as well. A little bit smaller. The black wildebeest, of course, endemic to South Africa as well. The horns also are a little bit different, kind of facing off the front of their foreheads, not coming out on the side. But both females and males do have horns. They really are rather awesome. Hi Justin, interesting question and comment. I think that has to just really do with an evolutionary trait. So of course we did see the kudu bull having a bit of a kind of mane and beard on him as well as the inyalas that we do see, and these gnu as well having that. So really evolutionary traits, and obviously key identifying features on them when you are looking at wildebeest, noting that they do have those beards. Some people thinking that they kind of got to the look shop very last in terms of evolution and kind of picking up the last bits that were left. But for me, very cool animals indeed. I thoroughly enjoy them. The blue wildebeest that we are watching right now. So also just going back in terms of talking about their beards, also just in terms of their taxonomal names, really, Conochates, and that actually stems from a very old Greek word that actually translates or turns into beard, or translates from beard, flowing hair or mane. So used to describe that appearance.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
So just a quick drink for that zebra. What we're going to do is go back to the wildebeest and we'll sit there. I'm sure the zebra will come back into frame as well. A little bit of a graze going on there too. And we're coming back to try and see if our wildebeest are still here. Let's see if we can't track both in. There might be a little zebra harem around then as well, if that is the case. Here we go. Here comes a second one down. There were two present the other day, so it's probably quite likely that it is those two. Although, no, here we go. 4 of them. So a little harem of zebra that have come through to join us. What we'll do is we're going to sit here with the wildebeest. I have a feeling that the zebra will probably make their way down to the water's edge and then come here, but feelings don't translate at the best of times here in the bush. Just have to wait and see. We are going to do, because I think the zebra are going to move down towards the water. We said a little harem of 4. One has already been to the water. The wildebeest hanging about here under the 2 dead trees. And what we'll do is we'll spend some time with the wildebeest as they move off. I have a feeling, as I said, that the zebra will move down to the water, and once they come through, the wildebeest start to move off a little bit. We will then join the zebra and see what goes on with him. Hi, Jenny Beans. Yes, it is quite cool how they do that. Of course, there's a mutual relationship between the two. The zebra favoring longer grass and the wildebeest favoring shorter grass. And it's generally thought that the zebras then obviously take that top layer, and the wildebeest then follow suit, taking the shorter grass layer that is there. And not uncommon for them to be found together, of course, in the different areas that they both occur and the different subspecies of those areas as well. So quite interesting just with regards to the different subspecies of both. There are in fact, well, I suppose 5 races of the plains zebra. That being the Birchalls, the Damara, which we just saw now, the Chapmans, Crashway, and the Grants. The Grants being the most prevalent. Those found, and actually the smallest too, found up in East Africa. And then we have the 5 subspecies of wildebeest, of blue gnu. So those being the one that we're looking at right now, the brindled, then there's the Nyasaland, the eastern white-bearded, the western white-bearded, the Cooksons is the other. All found in kind of different areas. But just interesting to note that both of them, 5 and 5. Of course, there are other subspecies of zebra as well, the 2 mountain zebras and the gravies, the most endangered of the zebra species. So it looks like these wildebeest are enjoying their graze up here. What I want to do is just make sure we don't lose the zebra, because it's quite possible that they'll go to the water and then head off in a different direction. But looks like all 4 of them here. It looks like some of the other wildebeest moved off through the thicket there as well. So I can just see a very big tail. At least that's a giraffe. I have a feeling it is wildebeest. And it is indeed wildebeest. I just saw its head popping out. It's quite cool just watching this mixed grazing going on with the 2. Hi Cameron, and it would be awesome if we could actually ask them what their relationship was, but yeah, definitely a good time being spent by the 2 species here as well. So very cool to see, and clearly very tolerable of each other as well. So let's just follow as these 2 kind of, what I'm thinking, probably going to make their way down to the water's edge. Of course, many eyes, ears, and noses do aid in predator kind of identification. I'm just slowing down a little bit there. Let's just see if the other zebra have made it down to the water's edge. So the rather classic sight of zebra backsides while they drink. Of course, lovely coats and stripes on all of them, and also all in good condition. Looks like that drink is kind of over for the moment. Let's just have a look and see. Perhaps a little bit of grazing going on and around the waterhole now, and we should get that other zebra, perhaps the wildebeest, coming down to drink too. We'll just have to wait and see. So still just enjoying a quiet moment here with the zebra. Very awesome to have them through. A little harem of them. I've just enjoyed a little drink and are now grazing along the water's edge. But it has been a very eventful day. Male lion to kick it off. The vulture and wildebeest carcass across in Medikwe. Other zebras in Kariega. Kudu, impala, waterbuck, wildebeest, and of course zebra here, and birding throughout. So we really have had quite a busy day. Nice to have the clouds clear off in Okakuya as well as here. Very hot day in Medikwe and some rain in Kariega. So it has been a cool escape to nature this Saturday. And of course it is also the Lunar or Chinese New Year's. So we have also wished and wish anyone else that might have joined us that is celebrating a very happy New Year as well. Hopefully a very abundant one. So while the zebra are around, we are going to try and stick with them for as long as possible. Nice to have them. It's not every day that we get them here on Dam camera, at least at Djuma. And really quite cool just getting a little segue into their life. So very cool, awesome. So enjoying a very eventful moment here with the zebra. Really quite cool. It's awesome that they are out in the open for us, and of course grazing like this. The grass is a little thick on the way down to the water's edge, so can't necessarily make out their faces, but nice to see them anyway. Of course, cool to see the oxpeckers as well with them. Good afternoon, Damien. Yes, it really is a lovely little family unit. We'll try to keep tabs on them for as long as possible. I'm sure they might also head off down the drainage, pick up some of the shade as well. Of course, lots of food. Here's a warthog as well that's come through. So they're here on this side. Ooh. Normally it's the zebra that are a little bit more feisty. Go in just to see what's going on here. And clearly that boar not wanting the zeb too close to his piglets, although the piglets are pretty much independent at the moment. But perhaps taking a claim on the resources. And this little bit of bush that is right here, just obstructing the view at the moment. What I'm going to do, zoom out. I'll try have a look both the warthog and the zebra. Hi Vincent, thank you very much for your question there, and they are part of the same family, the Suidae. So yes, but although they do look remarkably different, obviously do have those tusks too, but part of the same family. Just keeping tabs on the zebra because we have seen quite a bit of the warthog throughout the course of the day. Nice to have the zebra while they are around with us. Definitely giving us a treat. So getting into that magic quarry right there, we might lose them, as I think they might push on down the road. But I'm hoping they do come to the more open area just up here. Of course, lots of food available for the moment as well. So these zebras aren't short of resource or anything like that, and quite clearly having a good time. So it looks like a good Sunday luncheon going on at the moment for them. Of course, they are bulk grazers, being hindgut fermenters, having that rudimentary digestive system. But cool just to see them. 5 that are present at the moment. And really quite jarring when they do walk off like that with those stripes. Nixon, you are so right. It really is wonderful and peaceful. There's a hornbill that is slowly starting to call there as well. And as I was saying, rather jarring as well when you watch these zebra move off like that. Those stripes really do conflict and confuse. Wildebeest still around here as well. So keep an eye on both of them for the moment. Sadly, it looked like that. The end of Zebra, but the wildebeest are still around. Looks like they are going to be hanging around for some time. Check to see the three are. Nice. They have got a bit closer. So we'll sit here with them. Zebra having left us. Cool, just to spend another minute or so with our wildebeest.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our
Hyenas,
Hyena and hippo walking side by side. Terror etched on the hippo. Look at this! Last mad dash! Hyena running alongside it. Baby hippo. Jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo against all odds.
In that tree are two carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Well, it's not as graceful as he's a bit hesitant because climbing a tree is not, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see. There he goes. Look at the power in that. That is a massive 500 pound cat that has just climbed the marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this?
I don't know how you're going to do it, but let's see.
And sincere apologies about that, everyone. We did have a tech demon come through and wreak havoc. We are back. We are in Djuma at the moment. We are just enjoying quiet moments with Zebra that have now come back through the thickets. And of course, the wildebeest are hanging about and grazing around as well. So again, as I was saying, peaceful, lovely to have this going on around us. And a great way to kickstart Sunday afternoon. So quite faintly, hear hornbills as well. They sound like some red-billed hornbills, but obviously haven't been able to see them, and quite faint at the moment. So just trying to pick out what hornbill. I think that was Red Bull. Was quite faint, distant. But to me that was the case. Of course. Can you also hear peckers are around. Some of the Birchall starlings as well. So just quite lovely to have this mixed grazing going on. Mixed grazing in terms of the species that are with us. Obviously got that harem of zebra herd of wildebeest that are spending time with us at the moment. And the hornbill's definitely getting louder now, and obviously closer to us. So just sitting here and watching the zebra and wildebeest, assessing which hornbill it was calling, and actually changed my mind. I do think it is southern yellow-billed now that we're closer. To me, is what he's calling. You have an idea? Let us know. So here, and the yellow-billed hornbills calling in the distance, very cool sound. Of course, the zebra that are here, last wildebeest frame at the moment. But nice that they have stuck around for this long for us. So very cool. Lovely way, as I said. Just to immerse ourselves and enjoy a Sunday afternoon. Really cool, lovely and relaxing. And really no complaints about that either. So peaceful moments with our zebra harem. Of course, here in the Sabi Sands Djuma Game Reserve. And pretty relaxing afternoon for the zebra at least. No complaints for them, it seems. Really none from my end either. A little bit of grazing, and seems like a happy family at the moment. Of course, that African wattle in the background, some guarri, sure raisins as well. So the silver cluster leaves too. I'm gonna have to do just have a look to see. So a tree kind of splitting the starting at the moment, but not really the worst. Just zoom out. Perhaps more of the wildebeest are here.
Hello again. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome. And right over there on we have one of our donkey brains from our penguin friends. Hello everyone, my name is Gary. I'll be an actress again for today. As always we have Jason around the camera. Jason again, thanks for all the awesome footage. And guys, it is another beautiful day. We've been so fortunate the last couple of days actually. So we are making the most of it. And yeah, just a beautiful day. We are quite close to our penguin friends today, which is a nice change. So we're actually again just further along. Which I'm looking forward to another great day. It's Sunday, so I hope everyone is having a super spectacular, stunning, salty sea spray Sunday. A lot of alliteration in that one. But yeah, guys, just to mention again, we are live and we are interactive. If you guys do have any questions or queries, do send them in. There's also Survival Sunday. I have one or two things regarding survival that I'll touch on, but also quiz days. I'll try and figure out quizzes as we go. Just quiz you guys. A couple of things, but like I said, as we go.